Here I am. Here I am. Here I am. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm late. Oh, you're cheating on me with court TV. All right. Well, I'll just shut the stream down. I'm just kidding. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We are here for another session of disorder in the court. Thank you for reminding everybody to hit the thumbs up. So I am starting this stream a little bit after the actual court date started. This is for the James CRUMBLEY trial, and I wanted to do that because A, it's early, and B, we can skip through some of the dead space time together, so that we don't have to do so much filling in. But we'll see. Sometimes there tends to be a lot of stops, so we may end up catching up to the actual real-time trial. Good morning, Marie. Good morning. So hopefully Johnny will stop cheating on me with court TV, come back over here, and we can start watching together. So yeah, I don't know what happened to my alarms today, but here I am. Here I am. So I'm very interested to get in getting started with this trial. So let's I will hit the start button and we will go and see how this timing works out. Those texts would not be admissible because they are between the shooter and his mother. There's no information whatsoever, with the exception of 45, 52, and 62. And those all have to do with texts from the shooter to Jennifer CRUMBLEY during time periods when the defendant and his wife were also taking photos of themselves at a horse farm together. At least that's what the metadata and the GPS shows. So I reviewed 62, 52, and 45, and the court finds that those texts would not be admissible because they are between the shooter and his mother. There's no information whatsoever, with the exception of the fact that Dad is with his wife, as demonstrated by pictures and texts and GPS and metadata and all those things, all those tools that are being used by the prosecutor's office to track people's movements in this case. So they are together, but there's no evidence whatsoever that Dad was on the receiving end of that text. And in fact, I know that in both 52 and 62, the statement from Jennifer CRUMBLEY appears, "Where's your dad?" So I don't find that there's enough support to believe that Mr. CRUMBLEY was aware of these texts. He could have been aware of these texts. We just don't know. And because of that, those texts will not be admitted. And that also makes, I think, some of the information at the horse farm inadmissible. Clearly, if Mr. CRUMBLEY were to testify, or if it became relevant, I can see the prosecutor saying, well, do you raise horses? Did you spend a lot of time with your wife horseback riding, whatever it might be? So the pictures of the defendant.
Yes, I'm here. Can you not hear me? Oh, there I am. I thought you said, are you there? Yes. Here I am.
Defendant and his co-defendant at the horse farm might be relevant and might come in for other reasons, but the text between the shooter and his mother will not be admitted because there's no evidence that the defendant knew about those. So that's that. I think you then asked me about Exhibit 78. Exhibit 78 is in conversation. I don't recall if it's Instagram or
It's text.
text.
Yes,
And it's between the shooter and his friend. And it's a text that says, hey man, times have gotten rough ever since you left. I don't know if you're dead or you moved away, but I hope you're doing well. I'm about to do something really bad and there's no turning back, so I'll probably never be able to see you again. I hope the best for you and I'm sorry for anything I've ever done. And that's dated November 30th, 2021 at 8:21 in the morning, the date of the shooting. And it's to the shooter's friend who's been previously not identified by name, but identified in this case. So I read a series of cases, including the case submitted by the prosecutor in this matter, to indicate that there is an exception in this matter. That there's not, that this is not hearsay evidence. But I read a series of cases interpreting that issue. And one of those is People versus Stubble. I think it's 149 Mich. App 42. In that case, hearsay testimony was given by a prosecuting witness who testified that the defendant had approached her several times to discuss prostitution. And in that matter, the challenge to the evidence concerning the witness's testimony that one of the older men propositioned her friend. So this text in Exhibit 78 is offered by the prosecution under 8033. 8033 applies as an exception to the hearsay rule if the declarant's state of mind is at issue in the case. That's also stated in People versus Lucas 360 Northwest 2nd 162. Also a Michigan case. This one's from 1984. People versus Lucas. That also says the court's ruling that the testimony was admissible under the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule pursuant to MRE 8033 was also error. Only when the declarant's state of mind is an issue in the case is evidence of his state of mind admissible. In Lucas, they asked about the state of mind of the deputy in the case.
Okay, I don't think you guys will mind if I fast forward past some of this stuff. It's there. She's just making rulings on what will be admissible, and we will see. We will eventually see that. Enjoy your cakes, Johnny.
And in that case, they determined that the state of mind of the deputy, who was one of the authors in the case, was not at issue. One wife. And in that case, Fisher says, in the case at hand, marital discord, motive, and premeditation.
308, 321. Those are two different photographs ruled inadmissible yesterday. We redacted photographs 258, 259, and 260 that were an issue. We gave a copy to defense counsel this morning.
Okay.
We agreed to limit Exhibit 80 yesterday. That's the DoorDash.
Yes, I intentionally started this behind because I wanted to be able to fast forward through some of the dead air times. So yeah, I am behind.
copy of these instructions when you go to the jury room, all right? I'm going to explain to you some of the legal principles you'll need to follow.
Good morning. Good morning.
November the 30th,
Remember to hit the
2021,
like button.
James Crumbly's 15-year-old son walked out of the boys' bathroom in Oxford High School holding a 9mm handgun. James Crumbly's son walked out, he pointed, he aimed that 9mm and fired it 32 times over the course of the next 9 minutes. He fired that weapon at teachers and students. He killed 4, wounded 7, and terrorized the entire community. James Crumbly bought that gun that his son used to kill as a gift for his son 4 days before the attack. James Crumbly failed to secure that gun in a way to prevent his son from accessing it. Anna was 14 years old. Madison Baldwin, she was 17. Tate Muir, he was 16. Justin Schilling, 17 years old. These are the 4 students who never made it home that day. What happened inside that school was truly a nightmare come to life. But it didn't have to. That nightmare was preventable. There are 3 people in this world who are criminally responsible for the deaths of Hannah, Madison, Tate, and Justin. The shooter who committed murder, no doubt he's responsible, but so are his parents. But not for murder. They're responsible for their gross negligence, for involuntary manslaughter. Because that nightmare was preventable and it was foreseeable. The shooter's case is done. The shooter's mother, Jennifer Crumbleigh, her case is done. You're here to decide the level of gross negligence of James Crumbleigh. And you will learn throughout this trial that he was the adult out of anyone in the world in the best position to prevent these kids' deaths. You're going to learn that those kids would still be alive today had James Crumbleigh seized any one of the tragically small and easy opportunities given to him to prevent his son from committing murder. Any one of them. These were opportunities that were literally given to him, yet he disregarded. During this trial, you're going to hear about events from the spring of 2021 through December of 2021. November of 21 is the critical time period, especially November the 30th. But that earlier evidence is going to give you some context into the family life in the Crumbleigh household. It's going to give you some context to learn that the shooting didn't just happen out of the blue. The shooter didn't snap. What happened was foreseeable, especially to his father. I'm going to talk to you about some of the evidence that you're going to see through this trial. And we'll start with this. This is a 6-hour 9mm handgun. This was a firearm purchased by James Crumbleigh as a gift for his son on November the 26th, 2021. This is a picture taken by the shooter, found on his phone, the day that gun was brought home. This is an Instagram post from the defendant's son. The next day, November the 27th, 2021. That's after his mom took their son to the shooting range to practice with that gun. Took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to new sights, LOL. This is a post from Jennifer Crumbleigh, the shooter's mother, the defendant's wife. That same day, November the 27th of 2021. Mom and son day testing out his new Christmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye. You're going to learn that it wasn't just those 2 extra magazines for the handgun in the plastic case that came with it when James Crumbley made that purchase. You see, he was given the tools to make that firearm safe. He was provided a cable lock. It was provided by the manufacturer, by Sig Sauer. It went to the firearm dealer who sold it to James Crumbley. It was for that gun. This is what it looked like the day the gun was purchased, November the 26th, 2021. This is what it looks like now. Still in its original packaging, still with both keys in the lock. It was never used.
Grrr.
The decision that James Crumbley made to buy that gun as a gift for his son was made even though he knew that his son was in the midst of total and complete social isolation and had been in a downward spiral of distress that had been going on for some time. You'll see evidence that as early as spring of 2021, the shooter had expressed to his one and only friend that he had asked his father for help. He told him to suck it up. That was in April of 2021. You'll learn that instead of receiving help or intervention of any kind, James Crumbley instead began to take his son to the shooting range, even buying himself a .22 caliber Kel-Tec semi-automatic pistol, and his son a different gun, .22 caliber 2-shot Derringer. That was June of 2021. They would go to the range together on a consistent basis over the next few months. We have evidence of a number of trips, and you'll see some of that.
That's still so chilling to look at.
Some of this background is going to shed light on what happened in November of 2021. This is a pivotal month in the Crumbley home. As I said, the shooter had one and only one friend. That was no secret. James knew about that. You're going to see evidence that the shooter and his friend would communicate with each other throughout the day and throughout the night. The level of data on that text message conversation alone dwarfs everything else on the shooter's phone. You'll hear evidence that there were over 22,000 text messages in just 1 year between the shooter and his friend. Those two shared quite a bit with each other. This is the friend that the shooter confided in when he asked his father for help. That friend was taken from the shooter at the end of October 21. He didn't just move schools and go to another town. He was taken out of state without warning, without notice, and without a way to communicate. The impact on the defendant's son was severe. His entire social connection was severed, and James was there to know about it. You see, he wasn't working at that time. From November the 1st to November 9th, he didn't have a job. And when he did work before that, it was from home. When he did get a job on November the 10th, it was for DoorDash, where he could set his own schedule and decide when he did work and when he didn't work. It was also during this month of November that the defendant's son began to write in a journal. Some of that is going to be permitted to be shown to you, and Judge Matthews decides what you see and what you don't see. The portions you'll see is that the defendant's son wrote about how he was begging his parents for help, how he's begging for a more powerful 9mm handgun to commit the school shooting, and how he was able to obtain access to the murder weapon. Again, this evidence is important for you as background to what happened on November the 30th, but it also gives you a glimpse into the level of knowledge possessed by James Crumbley when he made the decision to buy that Sig Sauer 9mm handgun for his son on November the 26th, and then, just as importantly, what he decided not to do the morning of the shooting. You see, James Crumbley was afforded what might have been the easiest and most glaring opportunity to prevent the shooting, a full 3.5 hours on November 30th before the first shot was ever fired. Because he was shown this. This is a math worksheet. These are drawings and writings from the defendant's son, November 30th, 2021. One of his teachers saw him doing this, took a picture of that, and sent it to the shooter's counselor. The counselor came down and took the shooter out of class, brought him to his office to find out what was going on. You will learn it took that counselor all of 20 minutes to decide that immediate parental intervention was required. He made that decision even though he had about a fraction of the knowledge possessed by James Crumbleigh. You see, this drawing, as well as an altered version created by the shooter, were both sent from that counselor to Jennifer Crumbleigh, who shared it immediately with James Crumbleigh before they arrived at the school. The severity of the situation wasn't lost on James or Jennifer Crumbleigh either. They expressed their concern about what they see here, the words "help me," blood everywhere, a picture drawing of a gun of a person with 2 bullet holes in blood. They expressed their concern about that drawing to themselves in Facebook messages. This is Jennifer Crumbleigh, she's in blue. Call now, all caps, emergency. This is November the 30th, 2021 at 9:33 in the morning. Followed simply with emergency. Then she sends her husband, James, the defendant, both the original drawing as well as the altered version of it that the shooter created. That's at 9:38 in the morning. James Crumbleigh's response, "My God, WTF." And then he says what he was actually doing that morning. "Vet not here. It's McElmurray's for Cura's horse. Still waiting on the vet." You see, James and Jennifer Crumbleigh spent quite a bit of time away from the home, attending to their horses. That's what he was doing the morning of the shooting. Jennifer Crumbleigh, he said he was distraught about last night. James, we talked about it this morning. You talked to him? Jennifer, can you call? Then heading to his school, I'm very concerned. That was at 10:04 in the morning. Unfortunately for everyone, they kept that private concern to themselves. They didn't share it with the school council. Despite what they knew, despite what they thought, James Crumbleigh and his wife, neither one of them, mentioned anything about the gun being purchased for him 4 days before the shooting. James Crumbleigh didn't say a word about how that picture of the gun that his son drew looked identical, that you will see, of the 6 Sauer 9mm. They didn't say anything about the prior request for help. James Crumbleigh didn't mention anything about the severity, the real circumstances of the shooter's friend being taken from him. They didn't just fail to inform in that meeting note. They also failed to act. It was recommended at that meeting that James and Jennifer Crumbleigh get help for their son then, immediately, that day. And they were provided with a list of resources with mental health providers that would fit any budget, any insurance plan, or even no insurance at all. But they didn't. James Crumbleigh didn't do anything. Jennifer Crumbleigh didn't do anything. Neither one of them called. They didn't take him home. The reason given to the counselors that they had to work. But James didn't mention that as a DoorDash driver, he set his own schedule. He didn't mention that he hadn't even signed in for the day for DoorDash yet. He was at the vet. Or that as a DoorDash driver, he was able to just put his son next to him in the car. It was one of the most glaringly missed opportunities. But instead of seizing that incredible opportunity that was before him, James Crumbleigh spent the next 2 hours driving around town making deliveries, never once bothering to stop by his house, which was just a mile away, to check on the whereabouts of the gun that his son drew. Even when he drove by the house to do so, never once. The gun that he knew was kept unsecured. That is until after the Oxford School District sent out an email blast to all district parents of an active shooter situation. You'll learn that that email reached James Crumbleigh at about 1:10 p.m. And by pure happenstance, James Crumbleigh was at the exact location that parents of Oxford high school students were told to go in case of emergencies. Their reunification point was the mire on Ray Road next to the high school, directly adjacent to it. By pure coincidence, he happened to be at the exact location where hundreds of people were scrambling to get to. But he didn't stay. That's when he went home. That's when he went home to look for the gun.
Oh,
And
yikes.
that's because he knew. you will hear that there was one and only one person who called the police that day to identify their kid as a suspected shooter. It was James Crumbley. This nightmare, these murders, were preventable by him, foreseeable by him. During this trial, you're going to hear from between 15 and 20 witnesses.
15.
I do need to tell you that you won't hear from the shooter. Neither side is entitled to call him to the stand. You won't hear from Jennifer Coumbly. Again, neither side is entitled to call her to the stand. But you will hear a lot about what happened in the days, the weeks, the months before the shooting, specifically November the 26th and November the 30th. Again, those are the critical days. What happened from the 30th, from the time of the meeting to the time that first shot was fired. You're going to learn that throughout the investigation, investigators obtained information from social media accounts, from cell phone forensic analysis. They obtained banking records. They obtained GPS pings. So you're going to be able to put together a bit of a digital footprint of the Crumbley life. You're also going to learn what James and Jennifer Crumbley did after the shooting. Evidence will be presented to you to show that the defendant and his wife withdrew as much cash as they could, and they tried to liquidate their assets. They were found hiding from the police in the city of Detroit in an art studio on December the 4th, 2021. That's after they were charged with these crimes. Which you will never hear, and I want to make sure this is clear, you will never hear any allegation that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do on November the 5th, that he bought the gun knowing what his son was going to do. If he bought a gun knowing his son was going to commit mass murder, then he'd be charged with murder. There is no claim that James Crumbley gave his son that firearm hoping he would murder 4 students. So then the question becomes, how is it that a father can be held responsible for the intentional acts of a teenage son? And the answer to that question is twofold. There's 2 reasons. First, it's important to remember that James Crumbley is not charged with murder. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter. Murder, or aiding and abetting murder, is an intentional crime. Involuntary manslaughter is rooted in negligence. It is by definition causation in an unintentional killing. Second, it's because it takes a rare and specific set of circumstances to rise to the level of involuntary manslaughter when there are multiple causes of death. A rare set of circumstances. Those rare circumstances you will find present in this case. It takes gross negligence. It takes causation of death. And it takes that other person's acts to be reasonably foreseeable. Those are the 3 elements that must be proved. And that's what Judge Matthews is going to tell you. You will learn that the law says that in this situation, there are actually 2 different ways to find this defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. You are able to pick either, because the law allows you to do so. Involuntary manslaughter is committed when someone's actions or inactions are grossly negligent, or their failure to perform their legal duty as a parent was grossly negligent. That gross negligence caused death, and not the cause. It was a cause of death. And that's important because the judge is going to tell you that there may be more than one cause of death, such as this situation, as long as that other cause was reasonably foreseeable to him, to the defendant. Not to everyone else in the world, but to him. The father who bought the gun, the father who raised the shooter, the father who knew what was going on in his life, the father who suspected him as a school shooter, well before his name was made public, well before anyone from the police department told him it was his son. The law allows multiple people to be held responsible in this case. And that's going to come to you from Judge Matthews. Gross negligence is the failure to use ordinary care to avoid a known danger, even though it was apparent to a reasonable person that serious injury would result. It's the willful disregard of danger. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we were here. James Crumbley's willful disregard of danger and his failure to use just ordinary care, when he was the one who knew the background, he was the one that knew the origins of this drawing. Him sitting in that counselor's office, looking at this drawing, and then not only staying silent, but then his failure to act, right there is his willful disregard of danger, right there. You're going to hear a lot of evidence and arguments in this case. It's important that we all understand that you're not here to decide on parenting. This case isn't about parenting. It's not illegal to be a bad parent. It's not kids doing kids things. We're here to talk about a preventable mass murder. No one will ever suggest to you that every parent can or should be held responsible for everything their teenager does. That's not the law. No one will ever suggest that to you. But in a situation where the father was in a position to reasonably foresee what the son was going to do, because the father armed him 4 days before and was shown a clear statement of intent of what the son was going to do. That is when that rare set of circumstances is present in these specific set of facts. James Crumbley is in charge with what his son did on November the 30th. James Crumbley is charged with what he did and what he didn't do on November the 30th. That is a very important distinction. That is what the law allows. That is what we were asking you to do. This case is not about guns. It's not about even how all guns should be stored in the home. It's not about gun laws. This case is about this gun for this kid with these issues, not secured, when shown this picture. That's what this case is about. When this kid was begging for a more deadly weapon, that's why we're here. I ask that you listen to the testimony, you review the evidence, and you follow the law. If you do that, you will undoubtedly reach a fair and just verdict. If you do that, you will find that James Crumbley was one of the 3 people in this world criminally responsible for what happened on November the 30th, 2021. And you will find him guilty as charged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Ms. Lindler, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm just going to stop real quickly here and say, I think that was a pretty, solid opening. Maybe not the most dynamically delivered, but it was solid. It was, yes, that's a good word for it. Effective. That was pretty effective.
The events of November 30th of 2021 undeniably changed people's lives in ways that most people could never imagine. 4 children lost their lives. Families were destroyed.
Now let's see if we have another Shannon Smith on our hands. Lawyer defense attorney trying to make everything about her. Hopefully this lawyer learned from Shannon Smith's mistakes, because Shannon Smith kind of made a boob out of herself.
And a community was terrorized. But this case is not about what happened inside of Oxford High School. This case is about what happened outside of Oxford High School. The prosecution alleges that James Crumbley was aware that his son was a danger to others, and that he failed to protect other people from his son. The prosecution alleges that James Crumbley had knowledge that his son could and would hurt other people, and that he failed to protect those people, that he failed to take steps to protect others. And ladies and gentlemen, that simply is not true. You will hear evidence in this case of what occurred inside of Oxford High School. You will hear the prosecution's version of what they claim James Crumbley may have known. You will hear that a gun was purchased on November 26th of 2021 by James Crumbley. You will hear what kind of a gun it was. It was a handgun. You will hear how it was stored. You may hear where it was stored. You will hear whether or not Mr. Crumbley's son knew where that firearm was. Pay attention also to what you don't hear. Pay attention to that you won't hear that James Crumbley knew that his son knew where that firearm was. Ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley was not aware that his son had access to that firearm. You will hear testimony that access was not allowed in James Crumbley's mind. Ladies and gentlemen, you will not hear that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do. You will not hear that James Crumbley even suspected that his son was a danger. That math homework that the prosecution is putting up on the screen, you're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about what other people thought about that. People at the school, including James Crumbley. There's going to be probably quite a bit of discussion about that piece of math homework, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear all about it. Ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley did not know what his son was going to do. He did not know that his son could potentially harm other people. He did not know what his son was planning. He did not purchase that gun with the knowledge that his son may use it against other people. You will not hear that he did that. The prosecution told you that. The prosecution just told you you're not going to hear that. You're not going to hear that James Crumbley purchased that gun with the knowledge that his son was going to go harm other people. But what the prosecution wants you to believe, the part that's not true, is that James Crumbley knew what his son was going to do and knew that he had a duty to protect other people from his son. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not true.
Okay, too many ladies and gentlemen.
You're going to hear about James Crumbley's relationship with his son. There may be other witnesses who testify about that, about how James interacted with his son, including on the day when that math homework was shown. You're going to hear from other people. They're going to tell you, in their own words, what they observed about James Crumbley and his son, about what they observed about his son, about any concerns they may have had. Other people, not just James Crumbley, but other people with additional education, additional training to evaluate situations like this and evaluate individuals. You're going to hear from those people probably.
Expert.
And they're going to tell you in their own words what they thought about the math homework, about Mr. Crumbley's son, about Mr. Crumbley's interactions with his son. Yes, James Crumbley was a DoorDash driver. We all know that. It's been said multiple times. Ladies and gentlemen, being a DoorDash driver doesn't mean that your job is any less important to you or other people than any other job. It doesn't mean that you don't feel that you have a duty to go to work. And ladies and gentlemen, when you're not aware of an immediate, imminent danger, why would you do anything different than what you normally do? You wouldn't, because you don't have any reason to think you need to. So ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear the evidence. You've heard a lot of questions in the last couple of days from both the prosecution and myself. You probably have an idea where each side lands on these issues. But you're going to hear the evidence. You're going to hear from people other than us. And you're going to be able to hear in their words what they thought about those days from November 26th to November 30th of 2021. And their feelings, what they observed, any concerns that they may or may not have had. The prosecution has asked you repeatedly to follow the law. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. Please do follow the law. And I'm confident, we are confident, that if you do that, if you follow the law, that you will find James Crumbley not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Should I give them a little break?
We got a little break.
I'm gonna give you a little break, so you might have to do a little bit of setup in the courtroom, and then you're gonna hear the first case, okay? So for about 10 minutes, about 5.
All rise for the jury.
Take a break. All right, let's pause that there. So the prosecutor's opening was, solid, effective, not super energetic. The defense's, what how I would compare the two is that the prosecutor's was really full of facts, things that the jury could look forward to seeing in the trial, and more damning facts about about Crumbleigh and about the things leading up to the day of the shooting. From the prosecutor, you basically just heard, you're going to hear from people, he's innocent, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of ladies and gentlemen's in there, I noticed. So they take a break and then they come back. Oh no, this is
November the 30th.
This is a recap. This is Fox doing a recap of the opening statements.
Said in opening statements, he said that James Crumbleigh was in the best position to stop the shooting. Mark Keese says this all was preventable and foreseeable. They even pulled up today between Moore and
Crumbleigh, who was standing to my
989 FH.
Thank you. Good morning. Mark Hughes on behalf of people.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people. Good morning, Your Honor. Maria Lehman on behalf of James Crumbleigh, who is standing to my left.
I'm ready for the jury.
We are, Your Honor.
Could you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony about to give is a true self your back. Could you step up and have a seat? And would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Molly Darnell, Molly Darnell.
May I proceed? Good morning. I call you Molly.
You can.
Okay. And Molly, I know you testified a couple times, so keep your voice up. And if you want me to slow down or you don't understand the question, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm an educator.
Okay. And where are you employed?
I'm employed at Oxford Community Schools. I've been there since the fall of '98.
So that would be your whole teaching career?
That's correct.
Okay. What is your role now?
My role now is I am a virtual teacher with Oxford Virtual Academy. I'm a mentor teacher for middle schoolers.
All right. So do you go to the high school now?
I do not. No.
All right. Can you tell the jury what your role was and which building you worked at on November 30th of 2021?
On November of 2021, I was the International Baccalaureate Coordinator for the Middle Years program, which was a 610 program, as well as the English Language Arts coach, which was a 612 position.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she
Did
did.
you have instructional contact with students, or was
I
it
did
more
not.
teachers?
No, I worked with teachers, predominantly the English Language Arts Department, but I worked with many other teachers throughout the 6-12 curriculum. It was like it's a coaching job. So instructional curriculum, that type of what's happening in the classroom at that point in time.
When was the last time you had a traditional teaching schedule?
A traditional teaching schedule, might have been 2015. I'd have to really go back and look at my resume to know that.
Okay,
But in the fall of 2020, I did have a classroom. We went back face to face, and so we pulled all of our instructional coaches out to teach a few hours of the day so that we could spread students throughout the building and get students back instructionally.
okay, so after COVID, the coaching faculty
We moved back into our.
started to take more teaching assignments so that you could spread kids out.
Correct.
Do I have it right?
Correct.
Okay. On November of 2021, were there kids in the school that you knew? And if so, how did you have contact with them?
There were kids that I knew from the class that I had the previous year. There might have been, having been in the district for a long time, there were a lot of teachers who had children that were in that building. So I know a lot of them too.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Does Oxford have a lot of faculty who send their children to the district?
Yeah, I would say many of our faculty send their students through Oxford schools, yes.
Okay. And the kids that you knew in that building that day, did you also know them from middle school or you just knew them?
Yeah, just knew them from knowing their parents, and or if I had them in class the year before. But there might have been a kid in passing that I met here or there, but for the most part on that year, I had no contact with students other than, if like a kid wanted to stop in and see me, or if we met in the hallway or.
Okay. But did you have a traditional classroom on?
I did not. I shared an office. It was like a half classroom.
So was the classroom turned into two offices or an office?
Correct. It was a classroom turned into two offices. It was in one of the instructional halls, the math science instructional hall. And I shared it with two other coaches in the district.
Okay. You're the first witness. So the jury's not seen a map of the school.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna put that up in a minute.
Okay.
It's already been admitted, there's no objection to that. But before I do, can you just generally describe how the school is laid out? It's a fairly new building, correct?
It is fairly new. The main part of the building was opened, I think, in the fall of '98, the year that I started with Oxford Schools. And then I think it was the fall of '04 that we started, that it became the high school. So it's a fairly new building. There is like one main hallway that kind of runs up the center and it hugs into the courtyard. It almost reminds me, like if you opened it in a map, you would see it almost mirrors itself in many ways, especially the area that I was in.
Okay, and your hallway were the hallways organized by subject matter?
Yes, we had like our foreign language hallway, our English language arts hallway, we had our math section, social studies, and then science wrapped around the side. Our electives were on the outskirts of the high school.
And how did the students and the faculty refer to bathrooms and exits? How did they describe them from one to the other?
It might have been like the exit by the staff parking lot. That's how I knew them.
Okay.
I know that there are numbers on all the doors. Numbers are not my thing.
It's your English. Where's this? Is there a senior
There is a
leisure
senior,
area
yes.
at Oxford?
Yes, so right up that main corridor, which is like, if you folded it, there's like this one main hallway. Right in the center of the building is considered the senior window. And that is right in front of our courtyard, one of our courtyards.
And the hallways go subject matter. Did you typically find upperclassmen, lowerclassmen, or it was all mixed in all throughout the building?
Well, many of the seniors did hang out in that area, or kids throughout the building. There was no There was no area specific for like freshmen, sophomores.
I'm going to show you now and the jury what's been admitted and marked as People's Exhibit 9.
Can I have this?
Yes, it should.
You can take 60 minutes.
Yeah. Oh,
That goes on last. It'll take a second.
You see it?
thank you. Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
This is a map of the high school. And so you see where that, it says media center in the middle and then court right below it. When we were talking about that senior window,
Right there?
correct? So that senior window is just south of court. Like that's the senior window, that window that is on the south end of court. No, go back. Yeah, right on like the south end of court. Sorry, south.
Okay.
Maybe I'm directionally
I
challenged.
think.
I'm sorry, I am.
Everyone has
I'm gonna
yes.
want to go north.
Okay, so what,
This would be east.
what was the number for your classroom?
My number is 222.
Okay, and we'll, right there?
Correct.
Okay. And then what's in the middle area right there to,
Actually, sorry, I'm not 222. I'm 224.
okay,
I was right next door to 222.
do you see 224?
You can't see the number, but you can see between 226 and 222.
222.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a bunch of names written in that. That was all the coaches,
All right.
myself and the other
And
coaches.
to the left of that, what is that area?
The other room on the other side.
That, yeah, that, what is this area? What's in there?
That area on the lower end is the science labs. On the upper end, there is I can see a bathroom to the right, a student bathroom. And
And the senior area is up
it's up
in the
top.
middle?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so I want to draw your attention, to around 12:50 on November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Did you have any kind of teaching assignment on that day?
I did not have a teaching assignment on that day. It was a Tuesday after Thanksgiving.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about the Oxford lunchtime schedule? Because it's a little confusing.
We run a 7-period rotating schedule, which means that kids meet for 6 class periods a day. The lunches have a split hour, so they have an A, B, and a C lunch. If they're A lunch, they go to their class the second half. If they're a B lunch, they go to class, have lunch, go back to class. And if there's a C lunch, they go to class, then they go to lunch.
Okay, and about how many minutes is passing time generally?
I want to say it was 8 minutes.
And what did you typically do during passing time?
During passing time, I might have gone out in the hall and chatted with a colleague or two, checked in on something. That is also a time it's like the time that teachers need to get things done. So there might be a quick interaction. I might, see a kid in the hallway passing by. But pretty often, like it was just standing guard outside my room or standing outside my room.
At around 12:50 that day, do you remember what you were doing?
A student that I had in the fall of 2020 wanted to chat. And so she came in and we chatted for a few minutes. And then she left.
Do your, as a general rule, do you keep your door open or closed?
Open.
All right. And your classroom, as we see in the map, was smaller. What was the layout of the classroom? Were there traditional student desks in there, or can you explain to the jury what the classroom was?
If you walked in straight ahead, you would have seen my desk. To the left of that, you would have seen one of my colleagues' desks, and then just on the wall like closest to the hallway, there was another coach's desk.
What is at the back of the classroom when you go in the front? the wall you're facing, what is that?
There's a large window that leads out to the courtyard.
Okay. Once the student left, what did you do?
There was a few minutes left during passing, and so I walked around to my desk and opened up my laptop
All right, and we're gonna
and
see.
checked some emails.
Okay, and are you facing the door or?
I'm facing the door, correct.
All right, and what happened next, Nella?
I'm sitting on my laptop, reading through an email. The door's open, and I notice a group of kids running by. It was a movement that I had never really seen before. They were moving, like there was a hyperness to the voices, and it was almost like they were pushing forward, like trying to move as fast as possible.
And that seemed unusual to you?
That was very unusual to me, yes.
Okay, why was it unusual?
I have never seen a group of students move like that before.
Because of their speed or the way that they're?
I think it was all of it. There was a speed to it, the tone of voice. There wasn't any like, my first instinct was that it was a fight, but a fight, because it was the only thing that, was the closest to what students would be moving quickly or swiftly to, especially in that large group of kids.
Did you stay seated or did you get up?
I got up. I exited the classroom or
Probably
the
a lot more
office
panic.
and moved about
In the hallway?
into the hallway. I moved into the hallway to see what's going on.
Okay, if you look at the map, which direction did you turn? Did you turn
I
towards door
turned
4?
towards door 4.
Okay.
So I turned towards door 4.
What did you see in the hallway?
I see, so the hallway kind of bends. So I come out of my office and I'm closer to that 221, but not fully there, right? I'm closer to 221, and I'm looking and I can see all these kids rushing out of door 4, which didn't make sense to me because, again, I'd never seen this happen.
So that's what you saw.
Mhm.
Did you hear anything at that point?
It was silent. There was no noise.
Was that unusual?
Absolutely unusual.
Okay.
At that time, yes, absolutely.
And what did you do next?
I moved back into my classroom, trying to understand what's happening. And I walk back into the classroom and I'm thinking, okay, could there be a prank? I doubt there would be, and so it's probably 10 seconds, if 10 seconds.
Same here, Sparkles.
And I hear 3 things really close together.
Okay. What did those 3 things sound like?
One was an announcement, the bells chiming in an announcement of our principal coming over the PA and saying, we're moving into lockdown. This is not a drill.
Okay, and you, as a faculty member for this many years, what is lockdown? What have you been trained to know about that? What does that mean?
So we're trained in the ALICE protocol, which means we have to use our senses to figure out what's happening. But with all of those students and with what I was hearing, the 2 additional things that I was hearing was like a loud pop, 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 and then multiple doors slamming. I moved to shut my door and lock myself in.
I want to stop for a minute.
Mhm.
What is your experience with firearms up until this point?
Up until this point, my experience with firearms is limited. I have, however, shot a weapon, and I have in my life shot a weapon.
Okay. Have you been to a range before? Is this a hobby that you have?
It is not a hobby. I have been to a range.
Okay. When you heard the pop, 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 what did you think?
I thought in my head I could have mistaken them for lockers slamming easily. They did not sound like gunshots to me, but I'm not really, I've been to a range once. I've not, I don't really know what a gun sounds like.
Okay, so what you said the three things, the announcement.
The announcement, the pop, pop, pop of the weapon that I now know, and doors slamming.
Okay, and what did you do?
I moved to shut my classroom door because when I had come back in, I had not shut it. So I shut that classroom door, and we have a night lock next to all the doors.
Can you tell the jury what a night lock is?
A night lock is a device that slides into the door.
Where do you slide it?
You slide it in the bottom of the door, and it keeps the door. So on my office and all of the rooms in the building have glass partitions on the side. So if someone were to shoot out that and try to get in, it would keep that door from being opened.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 10. Molly, what is that?
That's the office that I had.
Okay, so that's your door open?
Yep.
All right, and where is your, this is not a pic, is this a picture that adequately reflects the normal,
No,
okay.
this was.
We're gonna get to why that's like that, but where is the desk that you were sitting at?
Straight ahead, there's that tall lamp. My desk was the other way.
The other way, yeah, right there, okay. So, you said you approached the door, you shut it,
I did. I shut it.
and then where was the night lock?
It is in this photograph. You can see that bag that's mounted to the wall. That's a blood bag that we keep in all the classrooms. And then, or like a medical bag or whatever. And then just in front of that, you can't even see it. It's so close to the door.
Okay,
Was the night lock.
okay, and I think I might have interrupted you. What is significant about the night lock, and why is it used in a lockdown?
It's a measure. It's an additional measure of barricading yourself into a room if need be.
Can you open the door if the night lock is installed?
You cannot.
What about if you had a key to the door?
Wouldn't matter. You cannot open. It's like it keeps that door from being opened. You would have to remove that metal frame in order to get that door off.
Morning, Harlan.
And how do you? So the person from the inside has to disengage the night lock. Is that?
Yes.
Do I have it right?
Yes.
Okay. So you close the door and you get the night lock, and then what happens? Did you see anything in the hallway as you approached your door?
No, I didn't. I shut the door. I can hear that door shutting. It's completely silent. And I grab the night lock. And I look down at it because depending on which way your door opens, depends on how it goes into the door. And I see in my peripheral vision some movement. And so I look up, and in that moment, I see someone wearing dark, baggy clothes.
And are you seeing him through that window right there?
Yes, it's
Okay.
through.
Can you describe the person?
The individual is wearing a hoodie, baggy clothes, a mask, and there was a skull cap on, or
So were any parts of this individual's face visible?
I did not see any part. I mean, only his eyes, and he was wearing glasses.
Okay. Had you ever seen this person before?
No.
All right. And when you looked through the door, where was this person? How was he faced? Was he facing you? Was he to the side?
At the moment that I locked eyes with him, we were standing square to one another.
Okay, tell the jury about locking eyes with them and what you saw.
So I lock eyes with this person, and I see some movement coming from the side of him, and I realize that he's raising a gun to me. I remember thinking in my head, there's no orange tip on that gun.
What does that mean?
I had heard somewhere in my past that BB guns have an orange tip. And my body reacted, and I jumped.
You're
To the
motioning,
side,
you're
yes.
motioning that you jump to the
I
right.
jumped to the right, so I'm jumping this way in the room.
And at this point, the door's closed.
The door is closed, yes,
Is there a window on the other side of this door or just what we
No.
see?
just
Okay.
what you see.
All right, you jump to the right and then what
I
happens?
jump, I'm turning and I'm jumping to the right, and then I feel my shoulder move back. It feels like I've been stung by hot water.
Okay, you're pointing to something.
Yeah, on my arm,
On your left arm,
yes.
okay.
Um,
At this point, did you manage to get the nightlock in already?
no, the night lock's in my hand.
So he could have just opened the door.
The door was locked.
Okay.
Like the lock was
Okay.
on it, right? I look behind me and you can see the bullet hole in the glass leading out to the courtyard. And in my head, I remember thinking a BB gun can't do that. The instinct in my body was that I had to barricade this door. But I'm afraid to go back to the door to put the night lock in.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mom, I have to stop you for a second. After you locked eyes and you see a gun, do you hear anything?
Nothing.
Okay,
Oh, well, sorry.
that's okay.
It's totally silent in the hallway, but I do hear 3 loud pops. You could feel the force coming, the way the door hit. It was very forceful, but the sound did not match the force.
What do you mean by that?
It was higher pitched than the power of what was happening through that door.
When you jumped to the side, you said then you looked and saw the bullet hole, and then what did you do next?
There was a filing cabinet over on this side of the door against the wall, and so it's a longer one, and so I grab it and I'm trying to move it, and I'm realizing I can't move it, but I know I have to get back and barricade that door.
Okay. You were shot that day.
I was.
Okay. And can you tell the jury and show the jury where you were shot?
Yeah. I'm gonna remove this.
That's
okay.
You can step down if you want to, it's okay.
Okay. So, you can see it's kind of on the back side of the arm. It's not straightforward. You can't see the scar when I'm standing straight forward. So he caught me when I'm jumping on this side. He catches me.
And there's
There's an entrance and an exit wound, and the line in the middle is where the bullet cauterized my flesh.
when you were trying to move the filing cabinet, at this point, did you,
Okay.
did you know you were shot?
I did not, no.
Okay, were you feeling anything physically?
No. There was nothing physical. I was so focused on, I have to barricade this door. And when I realized I couldn't move that filing cabinet, I still had the night lock in my hand. And so I got down on my hands and knees and I crawled the length of the door and I dropped the night lock in. And it made that ting sound when it hit the ground. And then I went,
Talk to me about why do you say that it made a sound? Was that significant to you?
the only thing that I have to go on right now is what's happening in my space and what are my senses telling me. It just sticks.
Was there anything, could you see, smell, or hear anything else outside of your door?
There was a smell of a cat, like a cat gun might have smelled like. But I'm not going back towards the window, right? I'm just dropping that in. And then I grab the rolling cart, which is also against that back wall, and I push it, and that's what you see in front of the door.
So that piece of furniture is the rolling cart?
Yes.
Okay, and you could move that?
Yeah, it was really easy to move. It was just a push.
Okay. At this point, did you know you were shot?
No.
Okay, what happens now?
I'm concerned that he's gonna come back around to those windows. So I know that I need to hide in that room,
When you say those windows, the front ones or the back ones?
the back ones.
Okay.
In the back. So I've barricaded the door. I'm trying to make myself invisible in that space. So I go back to that large filing cabinet and move it just enough so that I can crawl behind it.
And we can't see that here because it's to the left, so would you be able to see, would somebody looking in the window next to the door be able to see you?
No, the cabinet was quite large and it was wide. They would not have been able to see me behind that cabinet.
Okay. At this point, did you realize you had been shot?
I knew I could start to feel blood rolling down my arm. And
What kind
I
of?
don't think I was admitting that I was shot, right? It's not it was so far out of what I knew to be what happens. And so I just knew that if I was bleeding, I had to put a tourniquet on. But I can't get back to that bag that has medical supplies in it. So I removed my cardigan that I was wearing that day. And I used one of the sleeves to tie around my arm, put part of it in my mouth and the other part in my hand, and I just tightened it around my upper arm.
Were you feeling any pain at this point?
No.
Okay. The person that you saw raise the gun and shoot at you, did you, looking back then now, what was your impression of his use of the firearm, if anything?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that question. She's already testified she's not very familiar with firearms. I think that she would be speculating about his use at this point.
I do want to acknowledge she's testified twice before, so I do know, I'm trying to, this is difficult. Even though it's her third time, it's very hard for her. And so I'm trying to get her to answer my questions.
We'll describe what you noticed about him.
His feet were about hip distance apart. His shoulders were square. And he raised that gun right up. It was probably a second from the moment that I locked eyes with him.
Okay, just for the record, you're raising your arm at shoulder level. Was it two arms or one?
I don't know. I just remember seeing the one arm and my body instinctually moved.
Okay. So after you tied the tourniquet, what did you do? Were you hearing any announcements? Did you have a phone with you? Did you have a way of communicating with anyone?
I had my cell phone. The thing that I know to do is to barricade and listen. So I'm trying to figure out what to do next. I know that if we're in lockdown, 911's been called. There's a phone on that desk, but if I reach for it and he's there, he'll see me. And then I'm worried about what's happening in the front office. So I don't want to call up there. And I text my husband, I love you, active shooter. Within a few,
Did you let anyone know that you had been shot?
no, not at that point. Within a few minutes, I received a text message from my daughter who went to school in a neighboring district. Through social media, she had heard that there was an active shooter at Oxford High School. She said, "Mom, are you okay?" And I said, "I'm sheltered in place. I'm safe. And I love you." And I'm just listening to what's happening outside, trying to distinguish what's my next move.
What are you hearing?
Absolute silence. I'm hearing nothing.
Were there any announcements?
There was another announcement that came on at one point, and it was to remain in lockdown. There's a hallway text thread that we have that there's no one texting on that, but
You
there,
mean the teachers
Yes,
in that
in the
hallway
hallway.
have a group text?
Yes.
Okay.
no one's texting on that. But in the other part of the building, my language arts team says, I'm hearing there's an active shooter, and I said I saw one.
Did you say, and I've been shot?
I did not say that I was shot.
Okay, is there a reason you're not telling anybody that you've been shot? Is that because you didn't want to really understand it, or?
I think that there's definitely a part of me that was in denial about what was happening in that moment. I also think that what I know is that building has to be secured to save the most amount of lives. And telling anyone that I'm shot when I'm not, when I do not need help, is not beneficial.
So you didn't want anyone to help you?
I did not need emergency medical attention at that moment. Or at least that's what I felt.
Okay. How long do you think you were in that classroom behind that cabinet?
I'm in there for about, I would say 20 minutes. And I'm sitting on my bum. And at one point I hear footsteps in the hallway because my back's facing that hallway. And I think they're starting to evacuate those rooms. That was the decision. That was the moment I decided to text the teacher next door to me. She's in room 222. And I just said, no one knows right now, but I think I used the word hit. I've been hit in the arm. And then I did say, I hope there's no one else. She then alerted. I believe she called 911, and there was another teacher in the room with her, and he alerted the front office.
So at some point, did somebody come to try to help you?
It was pretty quickly after I sent a text message to them that Kurt News, who was our assistant principal at the time, that he shows up at my door knocking, Molly, are you in there? And from behind that filing cabinet, I said, yes. I've known Kurt since I started in Oxford, but I didn't trust that was Kurt in that moment.
So you didn't want to open the door?
I did not want to open the door. It felt safer to stay in there. And then a few seconds after, there's police officers at the door, and They're like, are you injured? And I said, yes. And so they asked me to, I think I said, do you want me to, I kind of like crawled out from behind, and I was like, do you want me to take the night lock out? And they said, yes. Do you want me to open the door? And they said, yes. And I'm still on my hands and knees at this point. They reach up for the handle. And that door swings open, and they grab me from under my arms. And they pull me up and out of the classroom. And I can see Kurt standing on the lockers, like against the lockers.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 11.
How scary and horrible.
What is that, Molly?
That's them at my door. And that's them walking me out. You can see that there were multiple police that were around that door when they pulled me out. And then the two escort me out door 4. We get outside of door 4 and the one says, I'm going to put a real tourniquet on you now. It might hurt a bit. And then
Is that what's happening right through the window? You can see in the
Yes.
video? Okay.
And then they said, we're going to call and see if there's an ambulance available for you. We need to know if someone needs it more than you.
Okay, when you came out, we see somebody there, an officer with a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anybody else in the hallway? Were there any students?
There was no one in the hallway. It was completely silent with the exception of a walkie or two that was going off.
And what information did you have at that point about the shooter, or did you know somebody, if they're still in the building? Did you know if there were victims? What did you know?
I have no idea about anything, but when he says we're going to see if there's someone else, I think it was the moment that I knew that there was someone else.
When you got outside, what did you see or hear?
There's a helicopter flying above the building. There's a couple snowbanks.
Did you see any students?
There were a smattering of people throughout the parking lot. I honestly couldn't tell you if they were students or parents.
Okay. Eventually, did you get into an ambulance?
I did.
And where were you taken?
I was taken to Lapeer Hospital, the hospital Lapeer.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
We get to Lapeer and I asked to walk in. I felt like if I could walk, I wanted to walk. And so they supported me to walk me into the hospital. And as I'm walking in, the hallways are lined with doctors and nurses. Like they were prepared for a disaster.
Okay. What did you learn about your injury that day?
It was through and through. It was clean.
Wow.
They ended up doing a chest x-ray on me in the hospital to make sure that no debris from the bullet came in. And that was probably the first moment that I cried because it felt like I had made a mistake in the classroom. And then I had actually put my life in danger. I didn't know if I was hit somewhere else.
What do you mean you thought you made a mistake?
I didn't know if I was hit somewhere else. I couldn't understand why they were doing a chest x-ray on me.
Okay. Were you released that day?
I was. My husband came up to the hospital to come get me. We went home that night.
At some point, were you informed or shown where those shots landed?
Yeah, he was aiming to kill me. Those shots were intended.
Okay. I want to
Mhm.
back up. When did you learn where those shots landed, other than you knew it hit your arm?
My husband was my nurse at home, taking care, cleaning my wound. And at some point when, I'm holding him out, I realized that's a heart level. And he was aiming to kill me.
Okay. How many inches is it from your heart, Molly?
I would say about 6.
Okay. At some point, were you shown the picture of your door that depicted? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was?
Yeah, I saw that photo in your office.
Okay. When you came in months ago to talk about the testimony. All right, Molly, I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 12. Is that the classroom, your classroom door?
It is.
Okay. And the pink rods, do you know what those indicate?
The bullets that came through the door.
Okay, and when you saw that in my office, what did you say?
He was aiming to kill me. So that's a shot to the head and to the chest.
Nothing further.
Can I ask you to tell the jury what Alice is?
Oh, thank you. Alice is a protocol that we follow. If I could remember the entire acronym, I would tell you, but it's like we have to listen and make alert. We have to make a decision. Are we going to lock down in place? Are we going to flee the scene? Or are we going to have to go on the attack that like someone would come in the room? So it's just kind of dependent upon the situation and what decision we choose to make in a situation like that.
Thank you. Cross, Ms. Lehman?
Nothing, Your Honor. May she be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, you can step down when you're excused.
Our next witness involves the exhibits that we spoke about earlier today.
Okay. So we have a little setup here. We are ahead of schedule. There are certain things that need to be set up for your review. So we're going to take another break. Okay?
All rise for the jury.
All right, so this is one of the benefits to starting a little late. I can fast forward past this. That is harrowing testimony. And I feel bad that the teachers that she has to keep doing this over and over and over and over and over again.
Silence. I'm hearing nothing.
Again.
I'm going to look to see if there's a stream that's showing. Okay, they are on their break. They are on their lunch break, right? I'm just making sure. All right. Okay, early lunch break. Early lunch break. All right. So, you know, that's very that was very, very compelling testimony. Obviously, we've heard it before. Yeah, he's wearing the headphones because he has some hearing impairment. The most harrowing part of that whole thing is, honestly, it's harrowing to watch her have to testify over and over. The entire scenario is scary, but it's really helpful that they have a survivor, you know, to be able to testify to all of this, because it's important for them to be able to get the, you know, especially when they're putting the parents on trial. It's important to get all the, you know, to have a first hand accounting of what happened at the scene before, during, and after. Yes, this is the quiet speaking judge. There, so in the solo sock, so yes, during Jennifer Crumbley's trial, they showed footage of one of they showed footage from the actual shooting, and it caused a scene in the courtroom. My understanding is that they aren't going to have as much of that testimony in this trial. In the previous trial, they had some student victims testify, and also the woman who testified to the footage that everybody got real emotional about. I don't think she's being called as a witness. So, now how long? Let's see. How long have they been on this lunch? I'm trying to determine whether I should start a new stream or just hang in here. Let me see the
Alice is a
timing.
protocol that we follow. If I could remember the entire acronym, I would tell you, but it's like we have to listen and make alert. We have to make a decision. Are we going to lock down in place? Are we going to flee the scene? Or are we going to have to go on the attack that like someone would call?
Yes, you can start down in your excuse.
The next witness involves the exhibits that we spoke about earlier today.
Okay. So we have a little setup here.
I'm just trying to figure out what time they say
We
they're
are
coming back.
ahead of schedule, I believe.
Oh, 30 minutes? Okay.
There are certain things that need to be set up for your review, so we're gonna take another break, okay?
All rise for the jury.
All right. So they've been gone for about 30 minutes, so we have only 30 minutes to. So I'm going to keep this stream going. I want to look and see real quickly here if there's any big feedback on the artist formerly known as X. Let's see. Let's see if there's any like firsthand reports from inside the courtroom. I'm not seeing anything really illuminating on Twitter. I know Solo Sock spends time on Twitter. Maybe she could point me to an account. I'm not sure yet, Johnny. I'm not sure if I'm going to start later from now on. I'm not sure how much of an advantage we all get. What I was trying to do is be able to fast forward through the dead zones a little bit more, so you don't have to hear so much from me in terms of keeping everybody company during the breaks. But I don't know. There are trade-offs to both, because I like to actually see what's happening in real time as well. So now at this point, we're going to be caught up to real time, at least for today. One moment. I'm looking for something else. See if there's any interesting commentary about this anywhere from. But I thought that, you know, the opening statements were pretty. Hey, Anonymous. No, not really. Clicker AK. Nothing real newsworthy that I know of. Let's watch this. I want to see what this coverage looks like. This is a brief story about James Crumbley.
You are watching the last time James Crumbley and his wife saw their son, Ethan.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Ethan killed 4 students and wounded 7 other people at his Michigan high school in 2021. His mother, Jennifer, was found guilty on 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. It's the first time ever that a parent has been held directly responsible for a mass shooting committed by their child. Now his father, James, is on trial, facing the same charges. He has pleaded not guilty. There is a lot of video that was entered into evidence in Jennifer.
Now, I don't like to comment on people's appearances, only from more like a clinical perspective, not from a, you know, aesthetic perspective. But it is quite astounding how different both of the parents look from the time they were arrested. Look how rail thin they were, and both of them were just so extremely thin, and it makes you really wonder if they were like running their house on amphetamines, and that is why their things were so messy and gross and negligent. Look how skinny this guy is, and you know, he looks healthy. And sure, you know, Jennifer, I mean, it seemed like it to me, Johnny. I mean, drugs are so freaking prevalent these days. So prevalent, especially in these cases. They factor into these cases way too often. Way too often. And it could be that they're taking their son's Adderall. I don't know. But yeah, when you're doing your drugs and, you know, perhaps they found no evidence of that, so they can't bring it into trial. But when you're doing drugs, one of the last things on your mind is unfortunately, taking care of your kids. The priorities are all freaking screwed up. Yeah, that's true. He'd have to have had adequate mental health care for it to be prescribed for them to even take it. So, you know, remember with the Jennifer Crumbley trial, how, you know, after everything happened, she's like, well, I got to take care of myself. I need to take care of myself. She was very focused and intent on, you know, taking care of her mental health. You know, you and you're not thinking about your own kids' mental health. There's an issue there. Yeah. So I think we can see from, you know, the difference in how they look between then and now. Something was keeping them from being kind of at a healthy weight when they were both picked up. And now, you know, have better food sources, and maybe I think you can smoke in jail, but you can't obviously take all of the other drugs. Do we know for sure, Solo Sock, that he quit smoking? Yeah, I think it really just depends on, what your lifestyle was going into jail and what your lifestyle, continues to be while in jail. Um, and then there's always, you can't smoke. I thought you were allowed to smoke in jail. That's weird. It could be wrong. It is contraband. Interesting. I thought that somehow I must be mixing up my facts on, maybe there was a time when you could smoke in jail, but yeah, if you don't get caught, right. Well, right. And if you have Jennifer Crumbleigh as a mother, all she would tell you is don't get caught. Don't get caught. So anyway, I just wanted to remark on just the drastic difference in their appearance after not having access to all the things that they had access to outside, used to be able to. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Cause I think I've told you guys, I did have a friend who was in prison for like 7 years, and he was able to smoke. I remember him telling me he was able to smoke, but then he did quit smoking. Maybe but that was after he got out. I don't know. Oh, the commissary offers vape sticks. Okay, well, so then you can at least deal with your addiction if you don't get to even, try to. You could try to quell that addiction. Well, it's probably a good thing. They feed you lots of carbs and crap food, and when you have commissary, you can buy more crap food, right? You can buy more crap food in the commissary, and then you have to make a conscious decision to do your exercise and stuff like that. And when you're depressed and waiting trial, it's probably hard to stay healthy. I think that if I were to somehow end up in jail, I would probably blow up to 400 pounds. I just feel like that would happen to me. That's why I don't judge these people and their weights. It's just something to notice. You know what I'm saying? So you remember bringing your dad a carton of yeah, things have changed. Yeah. Well, that was part of what I was helping my friend with commissary, and that was one of the reasons he wanted commissary, because I think they actually offered it there, but that was a number of years ago. So it makes sense that they probably don't anymore. All right, let's keep watching this.
Not guilty. There was a lot of video that was entered into evidence in Jennifer's trial, and we fully expect that is going to come into James' trial. Here are 5 key pieces of evidence. 1, Ethan's experience with a gun. Prosecutors brought up during Jennifer's trial the way Ethan held a gun.
When I first saw it, I immediately said to others in the room that I thought that the shooter had been to a shooting range or had training in firearms.
His posture, his demeanor, his stance, they realized that he had learned how to shoot from someone. And prosecutors are going to point the finger at James. In September, James took Ethan to a shooting range where they rented a 9mm pistol. A jury potentially is not going to look at this as incriminating, but prosecutors will build the building blocks of what they say is gross negligence. 2, who bought the gun? Ethan wanted a 9mm gun. He kept asking his parents, and they would tell him it's expensive. So on Black Friday, James said to Ethan, let's go back to the gun store and see if they're having any Black Friday sales. So they did. And here is the result. You are looking at the receipt for the 9mm Sig Sauer gun that was used for that mass shooting 4 days later. And there is nothing in the evidence that shows that James had any idea what he wanted to do with that gun. But James is the registered owner. And prosecutors are going to have that as Exhibit A because he was the one that owned it. It was his responsibility, the care, control, and custody of that gun. 3, a school meeting about a math worksheet. 4 days after getting that gun, James and Jennifer Crumbley were summoned to Oxford High School because Ethan was making disturbing drawings on a math worksheet. You see a gun, you see a figure, the thoughts won't stop, help me, blood everywhere. And he also says the world is dead. The counselor was really concerned that Ethan could harm himself, and the counselor wanted him to get mental health treatment as soon as possible. Now, the counselor didn't require that Ethan be taken out of school right then, and Ethan wanted to go back to class. And James and Jennifer Crumbley never told school officials that they had just gotten Ethan an early Christmas present of a gun. You can see Ethan Crumbley leaving that counselor's office. He's got his red backpack. Inside that red backpack is the 9mm gun that he just got 4 days ago. He goes to class and less than 2 hours later emerges from the bathroom and starts firing at his classmates. James and Jennifer left right behind him. Very short meeting, about 10-11 minutes, and they go back to their jobs. 4, was the gun properly secured? Right after the mass shooting, James Crumbley got an emergency alert on his phone from Oxford High School. Active shooter. It occurred to him he needed to go home to see if that 9mm gun was still there. This is a picture that went into evidence in Jennifer Crumbley's trial. This is James and Jennifer's bed. The gun is gone and the bullet box is empty.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
Within minutes of this discovery, he calls 911.
I need an officer to come to my house right away, please.
He is frantic.
And they're back with people on the stand, so we're going to switch over.
Edward Wowski, Judge.
The testimony about the is the truth, so help you out.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may be seated. And then would you state for the name, your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Name is Edward Wowski, E-D-W-A-R-D. Last name is W-A-G-R-O-W-S-K-I.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I currently work with the U.S. Secret Service.
And what do you do there?
The title is a network intrusion forensic analyst. I do computer forensics, cell phone forensics, network intrusion stuff as well.
And how long have you been working with the United States Secret Service?
2 months now.
And prior to that, where did you work?
I worked with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And what did you do there?
I was in the computer crimes unit.
Okay. So before, I take it you retired from the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Before retiring, how long did you spend there?
My entire time there was 28 years. I was in the computer crimes unit for 10 years.
Now, if you could tell us, please, what a detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Computer Crimes Unit would do on a day-to-day basis.
On a day-to-day basis, our job was electronic evidence, whether it's a cell phone, computer, DVRs from a business, whatever it may be. We were the ones that handled that. We're the ones that had the training how to get the data from that or get the video from it or interpret call detail records.
Okay. So Exhibit 43, it's been admitted, it's your CV. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But is it fair to say that you've had specific training for your role there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us about some of that.
The main training that we go to with the sheriff's office was there's an organization called IASIS to become a certified forensic computer examiner. That has a 6-month testing process after 2 weeks of training at their training event once a year. On top of that, for cell phones, there's other agencies. Celebrate has training they do for the tools that we use from them, and other agencies as far as PACCs.
When you say Celebrate, what's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Celebrate's a company, and they develop software and have tools to extract data from phones and then interpret that data.
How often in your employment with the Sheriff's Office and with Secret Service would you say that you actually analyze cell phones?
Almost every day. That's what we do.
Okay. So you went through a lot of, just now, a very quick rendition of detective work with the Computer Crimes Unit. I didn't catch most of that. Can you simplify a little bit of that for me?
I mean, so we get the data from the phones, and then we have to take that data and put it in a format that an officer in charge of a case, an OIC, is able to look at easily. Instead of sitting there scrolling through the phone, potentially changing data, we put it in a format, we take it off of there.
When you say data, what do you mean by data?
Everything on the phone, anything. Text messages, call logs, pictures, videos, anything that's on the phone.
So the goal as a detective, when you take somebody's phone, I take it that's via search warrant?
Via search warrant consent, yes.
Okay, so if there's a judicial authority for you to look inside the phone, then what do you do with it?
Depending on whether the phone is locked or not, we use methods to obtain the passcodes and then extract the data or the call logs and the messages and all that stuff. And then that's, like I said before, we put it in a format that is easier to look at.
Okay. And what's the overarching goal of a detective in a computer crimes unit? What's the goal to obtain that information for?
What you want to obtain is all the evidence, if there is any, for prosecution. You want to make sure you get everything that is possibly on that phone to turn over to either the officer in charge of the case, who will turn over to the prosecutor's office.
Okay. So you're with the Secret Service now.
Yes.
In this field, the specific field, do you work with other agencies as well?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that, please.
Same as with the sheriff's office. Any agency that reaches out that doesn't have the means to have the tools to get data off of phones, we just help them with it.
So we started to talk a little bit about your training in computer forensics. Have you been qualified as an expert in the past in this field?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
14 times.
In what areas?
Cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and then call detail record analysis.
Okay, I have no doubt that he's an expert. I'm going to fast forward a bit to the heart of his testimony.
Okay. You mentioned cell sites.
And yeah, cell tower location.
What's that mean?
The cell tower location is
continuing.
Yes, sir, it does.
Why is that?
Well, just because the information changes, where an app might store information within the program itself, the little program might change on every update. So we have to know where we can go to find it if the tool can't find it for us.
Okay, when you say the tool, what's that mean?
The Celebrate software, either the physical analyzer software or other methods to get the information off the phone.
So then would it be fair to say that as technology has changed and evolved over time, so is the training of computer crimes detectives?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that training continuing?
Always.
So for this time, I'm going to move to qualify as witness as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics.
Cell phone forensics, car detail analysis, are those the areas?
That's what he's been qualified in the past, call detail records, but in this particular case, he's going to be qualified as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics and historical cell site analysis, Judge.
Historical cell phone.
No objection, Your Honor.
Judge mumbles.
You may consider
mumbles.
this witness as an expert in the area of history.
Thank you, Judge. Where would you look for information?
Outside the cell phone, the call detail record isn't stored in the phone. We have to reach out to the cell carrier. A particular app, whether it's Facebook Messenger or Instagram or whatever, we can search warrant them to get information for somebody's account.
Please remember.
Now, if you could tell the jury a little bit, please.
When you're not using it, when you're not interacting with it and swiping up and down and stuff like that, it could be updating your email, because you don't always tell the phone to update, it just does it by itself. Or it's talking to a cell tower to know exactly where you might be in case it needs to send you a message, or it knows whether you're not in range or not, so the carrier knows to hold on to that message. There's a lot going on in the background that people just, don't know the function's happening, but yet it's continually happening.
Is that while a phone's powered on?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so what happens if the phone's powered off?
Nothing. It can't do anything. It can't receive information, can't send information.
Okay. Now, what about Android phones specifically? Have you had the opportunity to be trained in data extraction from Android phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the same as Apple phones? iPhones?
Not entirely. How the operating system is written, it's a little different in the process of getting the data off of the phones.
Interesting, Solo.
On Android phones, it's a little bit easier to get the data off of a phone than it is an Apple phone.
You said operating system. What does that mean?
The main function, when you look at the phone, the main screen, that's the like Windows for your computer, right? Or iOS for your Mac or whatever. The operating system is the base of that phone, whether it's Android or an Apple, which uses iOS, an Apple phone. That's the main thing that makes the phone function.
Okay, and I think you said that Android operates differently than Apple?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you explain that to me again, please?
It operates a little different on how it stores data, how it retains that data, whether it's a file-based encryption, whether it's even encrypted at all, depending on the phone that you have, the manufacturer of that phone, and where it stores that data.
Now, are you able to obtain someone's locations based on a device?
You can, yes.
Tell me how that works.
The phone's always looking where you are. Obviously, it's talking with towers. The tower tells the phone where it's at. For advertising purposes, let's say Google, for example, they put those little cookies on your phone so it knows where you're at all the time, right? And it knows that you like going to Burger King. So every time your phone knows that it's near Burger King because the map app is being used, it's going to tell you, oh, there's a Burger King nearby, or it'll pop up in your Facebook message feed or whatever. So that's, yeah.
Right, cookies, what's that?
Those are little trackers, I guess, to make it simple. It's a little tracker that's embedded in however the phone interacts with either the internet or an application. It's a little nugget that just sits on your phone, waiting to be activated to tell either Google where you're at, Apple where you're at, and to give the user a better experience with their phone.
So if I'm on my phone and looking at a website, for example, and I get that little bar at the bottom that says this website uses cookies, accept or yes or no.
Yep.
So if I either hit yes or I close out of that box, then it's tracked on my phone.
If you hit yes, correct.
Okay. What if I hit no? What happens?
Then the cookies, they're not installed because you're not giving permission for them to be loaded up to your phone, not installed, loaded to your phone.
So in order for me to look at the website, for example, though, I'd have to hit yes.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
No.
So this is something that, as an investigator in this field, you're able to use to help understand the location of the device?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and tell me how that works, though.
Well, like I said, one of the main things that we use is what's called location services. Location services is what tracks where your phone is within either an Apple or an Android phone. Google stores that data, again, because it sells that data to Burger King or McDonald's, wherever the heck you might want to, whatever you're interested in.
See, did you hear the difference between, the Apple iOS and Android OS, meaning the operating system, how differently they store things? Google stores your data such that it can package it and sell it. So that it can package it and sell it. That is one of the biggest breadwinners for Google, is selling your data. Okay, and here we have I worked in tech too, anonymous, and I was noticing the difference in what this gentleman was saying, and I'm glad that he illuminated that. I know why, Google, why?
And it keeps track of where you have been, where you like to go to use that information in the future.
Okay. So I want to talk about, specific to this case, I want to talk about some of the evidence that you reviewed in this case. First of all, were cell phones seized in the course of this investigation?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you were the individual, you and members of your team had the opportunity to review those cell phones?
That's correct.
Okay. What about information from social media outlets?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Brad, you're saying you like the fact that your data is sold? I mean, no judging. I think people have different preferences and things like that. But it's the Android devices that package your data and sell them to, Burger King and things like that.
Now, regarding the cell phones, I'm going to summarize this, and I want you to tell me if this is accurate, okay? So source of electronic information from the shooter, an Android phone, a T-Mobile phone, last four digits, 1551.
Correct, yep.
That's right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A Facebook account?
Correct.
And an Instagram account?
That's correct.
Okay. Now regarding Jennifer Crumbly, there were 3 cell
No
phones,
worries,
is that
Brad.
right?
Correct.
Okay. So we have 2 from T-Mobile with the same identical phone number. Is that right? Okay. A TCL A509DL we refer to as a burner phone. What does that mean?
A burner phone is what we refer to. It's a phone that you can go to Walmart in the electronics section where they sell their TVs or any CVS or Rite Aid and just buy it in a packaging and activate it. The SIM card's in there, and there's really no account that's needed to get it up and going. You just activate the phone by putting money towards the account within it.
Okay. A Facebook account, jehn.crumbly.7, and we have includes the messenger functions. What do you mean by that?
So Facebook Messenger and Facebook, separates 2 separate platforms. But you can search warrant Facebook for messenger information, or you just search warrant for messenger information.
Okay. And then we have certain emails account from Gmail and Yahoo.
Correct.
All right. And then Instagram account JEHNC78.
Correct.
Okay. So regarding James Crumbly, again, 3 phones were seized, 2 of which were T-Mobile phones with the same phone number, and the third being the TCL A509DL burner phone.
Correct.
Okay. 1 Instagram account, James R. Crumbly. 1 Facebook account, which included the messenger function, James R. Crumbly, and Yahoo, Gmail, Charter Communications email accounts.
Correct.
Okay. And then DoorDash search warrant for James Crumbly. So was the search warrant issued to DoorDash?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was information received?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So we spoke about that very briefly early. A search warrant is when a judge or magistrate authorizes a document to a social media provider or a company, for example, and information is returned.
Correct.
Okay. And so what happens when you get that return?
Sometimes it's in an easy format. It's just a simple Excel spreadsheet. Other times it's multiple Excel spreadsheets that you have to compare different parts of that 2 spreadsheets to come up with the information.
Okay.
Yeah, so Apple and Google have 2 completely different business models. Apple's is much more on the hardware, the product sales, the sale of actual physical product, even if that physical product is something on the web. But since Google offers so many of its services free, the business model is completely different, and so it has no problem packaging up users' data and selling it, even though it may not be personally they don't provide that personal information with all the data, but they can tell the buyer of that data, how to target that particular person with their own advertising. And it's a more specific targeting.
Now, your role normally would be to talk about cell phones, computers, cell towers, things like that.
Correct.
Okay. So with your permission, I'd like to talk to you about November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. You were working for the sheriff's office?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you were computer science?
Yes, I was.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
12:50, 12:51 in the afternoon on November the 30th. Do you remember where you were?
It's probably driving pretty fast.
And tell me why.
We got news from a captain that there was a shooting at the Oxford High School. Prior to that, our sergeant who was off that day reached out and texted one of the guys in the office and said there was a shooting at the high school, and nobody believed it. Like, we believed it, but we're like, that's just somebody nearby at a house, fired off a rifle or something, and the police are going to go do their job. And then a couple minutes go by, and the captain comes in and he said there's been a shooting at the high school, and he said all hands on deck.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
You can see he's getting emotional already. And, you know, this is one of the things that is so interesting about a lot of these cases is that you see the actual law enforcement breaking up on the stand, you know, getting emotional on the stand. And you realize that, you know, this is a law enforcement professional. They've seen a lot. And for them to be actually emoting on the stand about something like this, you see how much it impacted so many people, including hardened law enforcement professionals.
There's a shooting, like it was all hands on deck. You're not normally somebody who responds to active shooter situations, right?
No, it's for the nerds. When, for the captain to come to the computer crimes office, it was all due respect to the guys in there and the gals in there. That's not their job to deal with that. The fact that he came in there it was a really big deal.
Okay. And you mentioned you were driving pretty fast. Tell me about that.
I remember getting out to my car. At the time I had a white minivan that had lights and siren in it. No one ever took it seriously when you turned the lights and siren on. But I remember pulling out of the parking lot and I looked to my left and there's, it didn't seem real. It didn't seem like this. Like I'm thinking in my head like this is just blown out of proportion because I didn't have my radio on in the car. I couldn't hear the radio traffic at the time. And I looked to my left and there's two patrol cars, not even from our agency, not even from the sheriff's office, coming around the far corner on this complex by the medical examiner's office and the animal control. And they turned that corner on two wheels on each side on the back, coming around that corner. Their lights were shining. They were going fast. And I'm like, holy cow, this is real. So then I turned my lights on because I just thought we'd get there and do what computer crimes does, you know? We would do our thing. And I turned my lights on, the siren, and I started going north towards Walton. Telegraph runs up to Walton and it cuts over to M20, US 24. Telegraph cuts up to Walton and it goes over to M24. And I had no idea where the heck I was going. I've been to Oxford for a half a second driving through. And I thought, well, I remember thinking when I get there, I'll just follow the crowd because it's going to be big. And going north on 24, and I see one of our SWAT vehicles going across the bridge from 75 down to 24, and the light was red for me. And I thought, well, I'm gonna have to slow down. Like there's cars coming down the ramp. And I remember getting closer and closer, thinking, how come nobody's going? Like my light's red. This cross traffic should be going. Like because as a police officer, obviously, when you run a red light, it's extremely dangerous. You don't do it haphazardly. And I'm approaching this light, thinking I'm gonna have to slow down. And as I get to the light, I look over and there's a patrol car just sitting. I don't know what agency they work for. And so I go through that intersection and then I see them join up behind me, and then I see two other patrol cars from another agency coming up behind me. I remember, I don't know if it was Brown Road or what the next major crossroad up the hill there. I remember that light was red and there were cars stopped in both lanes, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna have to go onto the shoulder. And so I'm looking at the shoulder thinking, I mean, it's part dirt. It's a small shoulder of asphalt and dirt, and my small tires on the minivan, it's not gonna handle well, but we're not gonna stop going, right? So I remember feeling the steering wheel shaking from the gravel, and I get around and keep driving north. Crowd still following me. I look up in the mirror every once in a while, and there had to have been, I couldn't count them. They were so far deep behind me, and the ambulances and the SWAT vehicle. And we get up into town, up into Oxford, I think we were. And as I'm approaching the light, it just changes red. So obviously cross traffic doesn't know what's going on there. You might just have somebody that just goes straight, and again, it's dangerous. It really is. And so with the lead car, I've always been told the lead car in a situation like that, you always hold that intersection for everybody else behind you because they're coming. And so as I inch into the intersection, I stop dead in the intersection with the lights and siren going. And I counted 16, at least 16 vehicles just go screaming past me. And
Wow.
we start getting into town and northbound traffic's blocked. It's dead stopped. I remember going against oncoming traffic, and now you see cars coming at you, you know, and you're the whole way there, all I can hear on the radio
I don't remember this
was
witness, Brenda Starr.
staging area on Ray Road in Meyer. That's what I kept on hearing. There was so much radio traffic. I heard bits and pieces of other things, but that like really stuck in my head. And so we're just driving north, and finally I just see a Meyer, and I'm like, okay, well, we got to be far enough north. This is where I got to go. And so I pull off onto Ray Road, and I meet up with other deputies in the area.
Thank you so much.
If you could describe to us what you
Thank
saw
you.
when you arrived at that Meyer.
That was tough. That was really tough. I got a daughter who, she's 17, 18 years old, and, you know, 17-year-olds, you know, they wear those tight leggings and all that stuff and small shirts or whatever. I remember standing there on Ray Road, and I see these kids. One kid didn't even have a shoe on. He only had one shoe on. Walking through the snowbank, going down to the Meyer. And I see these girls dressed like my daughter. And it was cold that day. I had 2 coats on, and I was shaking. I was shivering. It was so cold. I remember offering one of our lieutenants at the time. He didn't have a coat. And I offered one of my coats because I was so cold, and he didn't take it. But you just saw these kids just coming down from where the school was. Like, it's hard to describe. They look like zombies. Like, they had no facial expression, nothing.
So there were kids there. Were their parents at the Meyer too?
Down by the garden center. The crowd was heading that way, and it was chaos. It really was. I really didn't know what to do once I got there. I didn't know where the school was, even though it was just up the street. So everybody was walking to the garden center, so I started going that way. And at first, we were told to start getting people to sign their name into notebooks. We were just grabbing them off the shelves in the Meyer and boxes of pens and stuff, and just write their names in the notebooks for whatever. I don't know why they needed that. So I'm trying to walk around and get this information from people. And then they start yelling. Someone starts yelling, you know, get everybody inside, get everybody inside. So I go back outside to try to usher people in. And I remember just seeing like kids just standing there, and you put your arm on them. You don't want to, you know, they just been through this, whatever happened up there. And I don't want to force them. I'm not going to grab them. I'm not going to make them do anything they don't want to do. So I sort of, like, if they didn't move, I just left them. You know, they were okay. They weren't in harm's way. I remember seeing parents just standing there, and because these school buses started arriving. And I remember thinking in my head, like, God, that is just crazy. Why in the heck are there school buses? I didn't know anything about the plan if something like this happened at the school. And so, and I just see the parents, like, you see them just almost praying that their kid came off the bus.
After you helped with,
It is jarring to see a law enforcement professional experience the same shock and denial about what's happening as a civilian. Like, he's also still trying to process everything, and it's all foreign to him. That's an incredible statement about where we are in our times right now. And thank you so much for the kind words. I love all you guys for being here.
with the names and the notebooks. Did you go to the school?
Yes, I did.
And were you directed to go to school, or did you just know that's where you were needed?
No, one of the other detectives, Jeff Enger, he responded to the school, and he called me on my phone and said they were trying to get the video from the surveillance cameras in the school. And at the time, I was a little more versed in that side of the job. And so he just wanted a little help with that.
Hey, Sheriff.
So tell me about, you arrived at the school. Where did you initially go?
I went to would be the north side of the school. There's a big circle drive there, and it's the side that like the main office is on of the school. And again, there were patrol cars everywhere. There were everybody everywhere. I remember driving up over the sidewalk, thinking, I remember like the stuff I remembered, like the sidewalk being so high, I thought it was gonna rip the muffler off my car. I don't know why I thought about that. And I go up over the sidewalk and I just stopped my car because that's what it seemed like everybody was doing. And I walk in the door, and one of our sergeants is standing there, providing security just for that door so people aren't coming in, they shouldn't be coming in or whatever. And I asked him where the security office was, because that's where Detective Edgar told me he was, and pointed me to the office, and people eventually pointed me back to the security office.
Okay. And who did you encounter when you went there?
As I walked in, I remember seeing the security officer, Jim Rourke, was in there. Deputy Jason Lewert was there. I didn't know him at the time. ATF agent Brett Brandon was in the room.
Right here behind
Yep. And Lieutenant Marsban was in the room.
And you said at that point you were called over to help with the security footage.
That's correct.
Okay, so tell me what your role was at that point.
Obviously, the bosses are gonna wanna know what happened, where it started, all that information, and I wasn't given any direction, we weren't given direction, but we just had to figure out when it started, where it started, how it started, as much as we can, because they're gonna wanna know that information. And so we just started reviewing video footage.
At that point in time, was the high school still being cleared?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And when I say being cleared, we haven't had another officer testify yet. What does that mean?
To clear something, you're going to look for more bad guys. You're going to look for maybe bombs that might have been placed. Someone hiding in a room because they know the police are there, so they're checking every room, every closet, everything in a high school, going door by door, checking it all.
So tell me how it is that you went about your job that you were called there to do that day.
Jim Rourke, like I said, he was the head of security. And they had a system where you didn't actually interact with the DVR system itself. You interacted through a portal, a web page, to access the server where the video was stored at. And thank goodness he was very well versed in that. So I immediately, I told him, I said, well, you got to help me figure this out because I don't know what's going on here. So Jim and I sat there, went to the hallway that it started, and try to determine at what time the shooter went in there.
So how many cameras approximately did Oxford High School have equipped for surveillance footage?
Well, they released 100 cameras.
Okay. And it was your responsibility to review that footage?
Yes, it was.
Judge, this might be time for a natural break.
Oh, all right. Well, the jury's lunch is here, so that is probably work. I'm not sure if I call you sergeant, detective, lieutenant, mister, hey you, none of those? Okay, all right. You should not discuss your testimony because you're still on the stand right now, so please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. All right, so you can step down. If I give you till 1:15, is that okay? Okay, those who ordered lunches, your lunches are here, all right? Do not discuss the case with anyone, don't text anyone.
All right, time to fast forward.
Right?
I don't know if they're back yet.
All rise for the jury.
Nope. So they left for their lunch. They are on their lunch break. So I'm going to what I want to do right now is check out James CRUMBLEY's interrogation. Maybe you all are as interested in it as I am because I haven't watched it back to back, and seems like a interesting thing for us to do on the break. All right. So yes, I think I found it. No, that's not it. Sorry. I'm just making sure that I'm pulling up the right one. I'm looking for. I'm seeing my search results are showing just partial moments of it. I'm trying to find like the full raw. Interrogation. But my understanding is even that interrogation itself wasn't super duper long. So this is from the last trial, but that's where they did show the investigation.
This would have been right after they found out that their son was taken into custody for the after high school shooting? Correct. Just so we can identify everybody. This is you in the blue shirt?
Yes, it is.
And the individual to your left in the video is who?
My partner, Rob Miller.
Okay. Individual with the hat.
James Crumbleigh.
And I guess
Obviously, we don't know all what happened yet, but everything's still ongoing. Our understanding, he wasn't involved in a school shooting. He was the one who did everything. He said he acted alone. That's basically the only thing we've asked him so far, because there's where a lot of our students or other people want to get some questions from you, or ask you some questions first before you can start talking to him. Is there, I hate to stop you, is it possible for me to have a word? My mouth is full. Yes, yeah, super dry, freaking out. Set up for
Okay, I think I found a better version, cleaner version, but I don't know if we'll ever be able to clean up that sound. One moment. Oh, I just had it right here. Sorry, one moment. Here it is.
It's just a perfect example. We really need to talk to him. That's all right, I understand. I'm talking about that.
It looks, sorry, looks like the other version is better because the sound is higher. That they probably had to punch up that sound a lot. Sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to find the best version.
And we do not know, there are several people who've been shot though. It's just a perfect example. Okay, look at him a little bit. But we really need to talk to him. So if we can do that. That's all right, I understand. But I'm talking about that. You've never done anything bad. Jennifer, what did you date of birth?
She says he's never done anything bad. He's never done anything bad.
Last name is also Crumbly. And James, what is your date of birth? So, we're coming in this very early, but when I say there was an issue recently, was that? This morning. What went down this morning? Well, he was writing, yes, so there's a picture. He was doodling on a test, or a practice test.
Do you think we should probably have a lawyer?
That's up to you.
I mean,
You know what, Tevi? I think you're right. I mean, she definitely seemed much more engaged with her phone than the interview here. And immediately she, like, if they barely get into it, and she's like, shouldn't we be getting a lawyer? And it's almost as if, you know, she was sitting there texting her boyfriend and he was like, you better lawyer up. And she's like, oh yeah, lawyer. Because I do think I remember her boyfriend, or, you know, what's the male version of a mistress? Anyway, her mistress basically testified that he had told her she should probably get a lawyer. So I find myself wondering, was that the moment he told her and she was barely even paying attention? I mean, it's understandable. It's very frightening. You're trying to figure stuff out, but I mean, it just shows you, it really goes to show the state of mind these parents were in. Very distracted, you know, not together, not with it. And yeah, they are sitting pretty far apart from each other in this.
I think we can speak to the cops. And we'll answer these. And here's our perspective right now. This thing is still very, very fresh.
right?
Right, people are still on their way to the hospital and such. We need to know what his state of mind is. Is there explosive devices anywhere? Is there other guns anywhere? Did he hide guns, ammunition, explosive devices? Are there any other victims? We need to know these things quite rapidly.
I was in town. I saw all you guys go.
Oh, you guys are in such a giving mood today. Thank you very much, Solo Sock, for gifting another membership. Yeah, they were definitely in their own worlds. It's like, oh gosh, we have to be burdened with this fact that my kid just did a school shooting. Yeah.
Two, I don't care about. When I see 5, I start concerned. I headed to the high school, obviously couldn't get to the high school, turned into the Meyer parking lot, and I saw these kids standing outside. I'm trying to call my son, make sure he's okay, and
He texted me that he loved me.
He texted you that.
And somebody said that there was an active shooter.
35 minutes before he called me, that was
Great.
So now, after having experienced Jennifer Crumbleigh on the stand and how wrapped up she is in herself and her image and so self-absorbed, it doesn't surprise me that he's like, he texted me that he loves me, as if that's, you know, some sort of virtue signal to her about him. I don't know. But he just said he loved me, so everything must be okay, right? Because he just said he loved me. Or at least he loves me. He did this, but he loves me.
He was down that on the paper and the counselor called him down.
What did the text say?
No, there was texted to me
Oh.
from the counselor.
Counselor.
And text Ethan at 12:21, you okay? He said, yeah, just got back from lunch. I said, you can talk to us, we won't touch. He goes, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you. I said, love you too. And then, you okay? Didn't hear that. And then he told me about what's going on, and I freaked out when I drove here from work. And
That's where we're at.
that's where we're at.
What time did you text him?
That was at 12:21, and he was just getting back from lunch.
So you guys had a meeting with the counselor this morning over
Yeah.
the rule?
Yeah,
That's it.
Heavy.
What, the first hour, second one, what time was it?
Yeah, so
I went back to school at 10:30,
So
whatever.
it would have been earlier, first or second, I don't know.
And what did he say?
I mean, he just said he was sorry, he just said,
Did he have an issue with being hit down?
No.
Or?
No.
not that we know of, his best friend, his parents just sent him somewhere to Wisconsin for an OCD rehabilitation. That was his only friend that he had, they hung out all the time, at school. Our dog, our Great Pyrenees, just passed away a couple months ago. My mom died back in April. So that's.
She's got all the stressors going on.
They didn't.
Did you guys go over this with him, like, what is that, the rules? Did we ask him what the rule was?
No, the counselor,
The counselor just said, there's no,
I didn't even, honestly, I didn't even think about that.
I mean, it's Ethan, Ethan's he's a perfect kid, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't get in trouble at school, he doesn't,
Is that how?
That's your guy? What kind of?
it's a safe sort of, man.
they are in such deep denial, and this just reminds me of how Chris Watts's parents, especially his mom, were like, he's always been such a good kid, he's always been such a good kid. And it, I don't think I've ever seen a parent more detached from reality than Cindy Watts. So with the possible exception of these parents who clearly had no idea what was going on with their child. I sure will, Lollipop Guild. Thank you.
It was hidden in our in the case, and the bullets were hidden in a completely different spot underneath some jeans. I raced home. And I listened,
You saw the cops?
after I saw the cops, after I found out it was an active shooter.
Yeah, it is interesting that they didn't separate them for this interrogation. I think sometimes the police, and there's my links there, Lollipop Guild. Sometimes the police want to keep them together because they've already been together, or they want to get both, they're more in the mode at this point of trying to figure out what more could happen, if other things, if other kids could end up being involved, if he was coordinating with other kids. So it might be more expedient to have both of the parents in there to see if there are other people involved, to get more information more quickly. Ignored child syndrome. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's why sometimes they put them together, like in the heat of the moment when something's still active, and at this point, I think they had Ethan and they brought him in. And this is all very, very fresh, but they still don't know whether there's more to it, more to the shooting.
After what went on this morning, I immediately raced home. And found the gun in the sand. That's when I called you guys. I called you guys right away and let you know.
Where, how far away is your guys' house from the high school?
Like, right.
We live on E Street.
I'm not familiar with that.
If you walk, it's gonna come to school. It's really right in the village.
So what we'd like to do, is talk to your son. And obviously you mentioned our lawyer, he is totally entitled to one. That's gonna be all up to you guys, because this is
We would like.
I'm messaging Andy right now.
Can Andy handle?
Andy can get me something.
We would like a lawyer present from here on out. Okay. And there's no disrespect to you guys, it's okay. It's just, we don't, I don't want to have on this one. I only see this stuff on TV. That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
So what we'd like to do,
I want to hear what the officer says right here because I didn't hear it quite clearly. And right after this, Jennifer says, all right, we definitely want to get a lawyer now.
talk to your son. And obviously you mentioned our lawyer, he is totally entitled to one. That's gonna be all up to you guys, but this is
We would like.
I'm messaging Andy right now.
Okay. We would like.
I'm messaging Andy right now.
Okay. Can Andy handle?
Andy can get me something.
We would like a lawyer present from here on out. Okay. And there's no disrespect to you guys, it's okay. It's just, we don't, I don't want to have on this one. I only see this stuff on TV. That's cool.
Oh, I know, that I called the counselor about that, they talked to me, and we went down there, and that's.
That's all that.
That's all it was about. And he didn't seem worried about it, and he said he could remote and stay at school, or he could go home, and I really wish we
Would take.
could go home.
Is this, or is that?
She didn't help here.
For the time being, he's better out of this. Go to, either jail or to his military for a short time. So we'll talk to him, so.
Any medical conditions, any mental conditions we need to be aware of?
Study anxiety, or talking to something.
You have any meds or anything like that that you have home that you might need to bring for him? No meds, no, is there no treatment for mental health, anything like that?
Give me 1 second, I'm gonna get a confinement form, there's a lot of stuff we have to ask them, as far as like weight and all that kind of stuff, and one of you guys can go with us.
Okay.
Yeah, I got problem, bro. All right, so give me 1 minute to go to the form, I'll be right back.
You're. I'm sure it's the same.
Any trouble with the law or anything?
Nothing.
Everything is suspended?
Nothing.
You're not even secret. I mean, the mediocre grades, I mean, they're up and down, you know, but.
He got, I found out he had E in geometry last night, I got on.
Somebody. No, a grade, we were talking to him about his grade.
I got on him last night.
I'm sorry, it's what?
His grade,
Grades, okay.
he was stealing geometry. And I got on to him. And I was like, "Oh, this."
Actually, you need.
Lollipop Guild, I just received your PayPal. Thank you so very much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. I agree with you, Tevi. I think that these investigators are like, what is up with these parents? They seem to just have no clue what's going on.
No, he's gonna be safe, okay? He's not hurt at all. It's gonna get worse or he's better. At this point right now, it's all pretty fresh. We don't know. Say that many people are hurt, anybody's died, we don't know.
So they're reassuring him that the detectives are reassuring the parents he's going to be okay. He's going to be safe. And just because you sent me that PayPal Lollipop Guild, I'm going to say this. We represent the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild. Everything's a song. Everything's a song. Yeah. The investigators are like, what is going on with these parents? They seem so detached from what's happening here. We represent the Lollipop Guild. Na 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 na.
Do you have any other children? Well, family members, we should check in, and family members who may be concerned about this, you need to read any family members that you want to hurt. Well, I mean, she's gonna be. It's just fine, it's in school, we apologized about last night. We talked about his grades, told him, like, listen, this is what you did, it's wrong. Make sure you have, uncompleted assignments, that's all we want to do. Sound fair?
James just read a text message. I can imagine that with the name like Lollipop Guild. Lollipop Guild. Anyway, James just read a message from Ethan, but it was really hard to hear. Something about, he texted me and he says, I'm, sorry about last night. So that's indicating and acknowledging that there was an issue with his parents the night before. That before the night before all this went down, there was an issue that they had between each other.
At Counsel, you hit it all.
Not Facebook, Instagram.
You got something?
See how James is looking up at the camera, right up at the camera. And yeah, they had an argument, and so did Ethan, the shooter. The shooter was involved in that argument as well. And for a period of time, he was like outside of the house. They put him outside. She denies that she put him outside, but he claims to have been left outside. Yeah, locked out. Because he was claiming that he was seeing voices. But I also find it interesting how James is just giving the camera in the room the stare down.
They loaded banks. They were empty. They were empty, guns empty, bullets were completely.
Yes, Lollipop, I do remember from his trial that he is getting treatment.
You guys bought 100 when you go to the shooting.
We bought 200.
I thought it was just a box.
Oh, I don't know.
He didn't. He didn't.
I don't remember.
It wasn't an exorbitant amount of money, because you were gonna.
Approximately $56.
Okay, then he only bought 100 rounds. And so you guys spent 50. So, yeah, and we go to the shooting range all the time. He goes with you. Yes, yes. I've been trying to teach him safety, and, yeah, I mean,
It was a hobby that they did together, sure. Still not gonna release his name, are they?
he's a juvenile, they won't do that.
Hmm?
No, you'll take that. He's a juvenile, they won't release him.
At a certain point, Ethan comes in and they go out.
Jennifer, what's your number?
And she's completely distracted by her phone.
I tried calling him and telling him it was emergency tomorrow right now. I don't do it.
Jennifer Lynn?
I'm into the room.
Yes, yes. Ethan, how tall are you? 5'11", maybe? 5'11"? How much do you weigh? 180. Eye color? Blue, grayish. Hair color? Brown. Okay, so we were gonna ask you a bunch of questions about why you did this, and get your whole side of the story. Your parents want to retain insurance, so we'll not be asking any questions about the incident that you were involved in. Your parents popped in here just to give you some basic information. You will have a contact with them eventually. We'll be taking you to either Oakland County Jail or Children's Village forthwith, get you lodged after we take all your clothes and everything else to jail. Any questions for me? You're mad. It's up to you. If you want to ask me something, go ahead. I don't think we need to ask any questions right now. Okay, I'll back up. You say you're extra.
Why?
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
That's such a dramatic scene. Good morning, Delene. It's such a dramatic scene. She says, why? She stops and says, why? And then as they are escorted out, James says several times, I love you. And man, what a complicated set of feelings you have right there. Your kid just killed 4 people and shot more. What do you, God, what a horrifying situation.
Why?
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
So she wants to know why. James wants to make sure. Right. And all she does is say why. And then James has to make sure that his son knows he loves him, which, you know, no judging there, but it's just, man. Yep. Definitely puts your stomach into your throat and vice versa. Absolutely horrifying.
Yeah. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Didn't even like care.
She says it's like he doesn't even care. Like, what the fuck? It does sound weird. It does sound weird, and everything's weird, you know, because it's such a horrifying situation. Everything sounds wrong, you know?
You have information. Do you have any questions for us? So typically what happens is, now we haven't done you.
Somebody contact us and let us know where you're going to be.
Yeah.
When?
Day or two, could be today, could be tomorrow. Hey, look what he did, right? So right now, I really don't care about.
We understand, right?
So somebody will be in contact, because of his age.
Okay.
So as far as I know, that is the whole of their interrogation. But there's more. Let me just, I'm checking one more thing here just to make sure I haven't missed something. What I'm gonna show is actually the next thing I'm gonna show, I think, is video of Ethan Crumbley that they showed at a different hearing at, they call it the Miller hearing, of him having an absolute meltdown afterward. And it is very, very upsetting and very triggering. So beware of that. It is incredibly upsetting. Let me just find it first. I know is this it?
Body cam jail footage There are a few videos, but we have shortened them. This is sound, so I don't know if we can have your staff just make sure the sound.
Keeps saying over and over and over again, why didn't they save her? Why didn't he save her? Why didn't you save her?
Move to the next one.
You don't stop it. Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? I know she stopped it. Please stop it.
Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it? Who's he talking to, right? Yep. And you know, the way the doctor on the stand describes it is that he's in a full-on psychotic break. No, I haven't seen any different breaks in this, Marie, than I have in other ones. I just did my coverage a little bit differently this time and started my stream later so that I could fast forward through some of the dull parts.
Please stop it. Please stop it. Please stop it. Please stop it. Why did you stop it, God? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it, God? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? You let it happen. Why? Why?
So I know it could seem like and sound like he's faking it. And at first I thought that, but then as I continued to listen, I don't think he was faking this. I think he was literally in a psychotic break. I'm not qualified to say that, but that is what the doctor on the stand says. Okay, thanks for saying that, Tevi. I'm not quite sure what format I'm going to keep doing, but.
I'm sorry, please, God. I'm sorry. Please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, God.
I mean, what I really hear here is somebody who actually thinks that they did have an active relationship with a voice in the head that he's basically calling God, because he did say that he heard voices in his head telling him to do things. And it's like now he's trying to plead to that voice in the head, why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you save them? And yeah, it's also not taking responsibility for his own actions, which is a key part of mental illness. Not really understanding our role in the world, our impact on other people, and our perceptions of ourselves. And oh my God, this is just so difficult to watch. And you think, wow, is this what you have to do to a person who's in this state, is put them in complete restraints? It seems like it makes it worse. If you're in a psychotic break, is that what you do to somebody? I'm not a medical professional. Who knows? So yeah, I think that there may have been Marie some things that they didn't anticipate or preparation they needed to make. They put some sort of, face shield over his face so that he couldn't see, I think. But I just don't since I'm not a medical professional, I don't have experience in these situations. I can't tell exactly what they are accomplishing here, except probably to restrain him until he's calmed down and drugged, I guess, and sedated. Right, hit hard. Yep.
Stop it. You couldn't stop it, God, but you didn't stop it. And now we continue. You can always stop it. God, stop it, please. Stop it, God. Stop. Stop, God. God, stop. Stop pushing forward. Stop. God, stop, please. God. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Stop. 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 God, stop. Stop it. Please. Stop it. Stop it. Why did you stop it?
So he just keeps repeating, stop it, God, why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it? It's horrible. This is nightmarish. That's right, Tevi.
That's way back when the roughly back. It's stop it, God, please stop it. You didn't 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 stop it.
And look at how many different people are in that room attending to this one teenager who's having a meltdown, right? That's possible, but Johnny, the doctor on the stand said it was a psychotic break.
You didn't stop it. You didn't stop it. Sit there. You didn't stop it. You don't stop it. You don't stop it.
We'll get to the doctor's testimony, but if I recall correctly, he said it was a post-traumatic, a stress-induced psychotic, not one that is part of his actual mental illness, although it might be, but that this was a post-traumatic stress-induced psychotic break that people can have.
You didn't stop it.
Acute psychosis, right?
I'm down through, you're sit down. 1, 2, 3.
Do you see the tears in that parent's eyes? I think that's one of the victim's parents, and he's actually even moved by this.
You don't stop it. Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? Why don't you stop it? Please stop it. 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 Why did you stop it? God, why? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? God. Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? You let it out.
All right. Doctor, what did we just witness?
So he's going to explain it, but did you hear the last thing that Ethan said? Why didn't you stop it? You let it out. You let it out. And my understanding is that he's talking about the monster inside of him that was let out.
So we witness
Hi, Stacey.
a child in the throes of psychosis. Well, we just witnessed someone who's saying, God, why didn't you stop it? And that's exactly how psychosis works. You engage in an action, and somehow you don't understand the outcome of the consequences. He's having a panic attack and a break with reality.
We also hear him saying you could have saved her.
That is correct.
In any part of that video, do you see Ethan being violent?
No, ma'am.
Are mental health issues perfect? I mean, he's obviously been on medication now for a period of time, and things like this obviously can still happen. What is your explanation to that?
So medications are not an exact science. There's different levels of titration. There are times when some medications work, and there are times when they don't always work, just like in the physical realm.
I want to move on to part.
All right, we have been listening in there to that Miller hearing for the Oxford High School shooter. We'll be back with this in just a couple minutes.
You're watching live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you again for joining us. Well, we do now have the hearing now for Ethan CRUMBLEY's parents there.
So that was basically the totality of that particular clip. They are not back in court yet. One moment, I'm going to find. I know. There's more video to watch. Is my if I recall correctly. Hold on, one moment.
Your Honor, I'm going to play what.
With it.
I'm going to show now the difference between, when they brought him in and then when he stood trial and was sentenced. he said a few words, very, very few words, but he did say a few words.
Mr. Crumbleigh, is there anything you would like to state before I pass sentence?
You want to may he stand?
Yes, you may.
See you later, Sparkle.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I'd like to thank you for letting me speak, Your Honor. We are all here because of me today, of what I did. My actions were because of what I chose to do. I could not stop myself, but I am the one who led to why we are here today. I do not diminish any ability to anyone who could have stopped me, of anyone of a school or parents. They did not know, and I did not tell them what I planned to do, so they are not at fault of what I've done.
I was struck by how, you know, now knowing what we know now, you know, he was at that point trying to absolve his parents from any responsibility. But his parents, think about this. Just think about this. So, as someone else mentioned in the chat earlier, the last time Jennifer and James saw their son was in that room in the video that we just watched. That was the last time they saw him physically. Then they denied getting him, retaining a lawyer for him. He had state appointed lawyers. They went and bought their own lawyers. I don't know if they had access to him to ask him to do that, Johnny. They hadn't even talked to him. They were all at that point, especially at this point when he's being sentenced, they couldn't speak to each other because they were all witnesses to and parties to the case that is being investigated. They were in jail during this court hearing. They were in jail. They were incarcerated already by this time. This sentencing in this trial just happened last year, and the parents were in jail for those two years. And that's what I'm saying. You know, I have no sympathy for what he did to other people, but I also see how that kind of thing can happen, especially if you're born with certain traits that make you, you know, that incline you to take on these traits. And then you have parents that, especially a mother, I think that was extremely neglectful and completely wrapped up in their own worlds. And he clearly needed mental health intervention. It was told to him. And as I said in previous, when I was streaming the Jennifer Crumbley trial, it's not as if your kid walks up to you and says, "Mom, I'm about to have a psychotic break," you know, or "Mom, I have bipolar disorder," or "I have PTSD." They don't know. They don't know to express things in that way. All they do is express in their behavior. And our culture, I believe, especially in the United States, are so, yeah, my feelings are very complicated too. We are so woefully behind and have such a lack of understanding in mental health issues that, you know, as I said before, if we're going to say that the main issue with these school shootings is mental health, we better understand what to look out for so that we don't contribute to the continuance of these school shootings, right? If I could use a time machine, I'd go back to when my son first had symptoms, first of Tourette's, then depression, then schizophrenia, and I would have, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But we didn't know what we didn't know, and we know more now, but we're still woefully behind, and we still stigmatize mental health as if it's or mental illness, as if it's a character flaw, because the only way we can really know from the outside that someone is having mental health symptoms or mental illness symptoms is by their behavior. And the most tricky thing with mental illness is that the person with mental illness takes on traits that cover up the mental illness because they don't want to show that mental illness to other people, and they know that there's something wrong and they're not feeling totally good, right? So they start to perceive that they're different than other people, and they can't show these things about them that are different than other people. So they're able to mask and cover up mental illness, cover up this mental illness such that there would be a much more lack of understanding. And then when they get questioned about their mental health and mental illness, they are even more prone to lying. So one of the biggest catches with mental illness is that you have to really want to get help, and you have to be able to understand that you have to be able to admit what's going on with you, and it can be shameful and it can be humiliating. And it's hard to know who to trust when you're, sharing that information with somebody. Oh, it looks like they are now just getting back into court. So here we are, bringing Mr. Crumbley back into court, taking his shackles off before the jury gets in there. They have not turned on the sound yet. Exactly, Johnny. Suck it up. The jury is still out for me on the defense, on this particular defense lawyer. She doesn't quite seem as much of a diva as Shannon Smith was. She seems a little bit like a diva. I don't know. But her opening wasn't super compelling. The opening statements were, he didn't do it, basically. He didn't do it. It's not his fault. And I imagine that her defenses will be very similar to Shannon Smith's defenses. If you're, and the arguments as well, the merits of their argument, they think is, hey, Jennifer and James Crumbley were just parents like any other parents. And you don't, there's a lot of fear mongering with these trials, because I feel like the defense attorneys are basically saying, hey, parents, this could be you. This could be you. And they try to use giving a kid the keys to the car analogy. Would you buy your kid? I've heard the argument in these trials. Would you buy your kid a car? And, if you buy your kid a car, is it still in your name? And it's still in your names. Is it your kids or yours? And I am not with the buying a car analogy. I'm not with a giving the keys to the car analogy. This is like giving a kid keys to a car and you know that they're drunk. But in this case, it's an actual deadly weapon. It's meant to, they're basically putting a tool in his hands that is meant to kill and maim. And he was 15 years old, right? Yep, that's right, Johnny. We've always heard those, but in this, what I'm speaking about is in this particular trial, is the defense is really trying to send the message that if the Crumbleys can get convicted, anybody can get convicted. And that's just not the case. Not all parents are this negligent and inattentive to their kids, especially when they're displaying mental health issues and talking about mental health issues, and especially when the school says, hey, this kid looks like he can have mental health issues. And that's right. You know, that was a big change in the law with bar owners and bartenders and people who had liquor licenses. I mean, that was like a big buzzkill to them, because now they had to think about whether they were over serving people. And it's about the negligence. You serve that alcohol knowing it'll impair people. And if they drove there and you over serve them alcohol and then they stumble out of your bar with car keys, you could be part of whatever ends up happening as a result of that. And so the laws are slowly building up.
22279-989-FH.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of the people.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Maria Lehman on behalf of James Crumbleey, who is standing to my left.
You may be seated. We previously had our argument yesterday evening about numerous exhibits. A number of exhibits were allowed in, some were excluded this morning. There was a question remaining about People's Proposed Exhibit 133 and People's Proposed Exhibit 153. People's Proposed Exhibit 153, we heard argument about. It's the court's ruling that this exhibit does not qualify under any hearsay exception. It's the same ruling and for the same reason that Exhibit 118 was excluded. And then as it pertains to Exhibit 133, broke this exhibit down into two parts. The first one is the Tuesday 10 a.m. I have to go to my kid's school. Counsel just called. And this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30 to 12, the latest, with a picture of the math homework. And that was a text between codependent Miss Jennifer Crumbley and her friend. And I don't find this text relevant to the case of James Crumbley. So I'm going to exclude it, except the prosecutor may raise it if it's necessary for some reason, an impeachment such as chronology or a knowledge issue. So if it's necessary to impeach some other evidence that's admitted, I'd reconsider that issue. With regard to the bottom part of this exhibit, again, plaintiff's exhibit 133 on Tuesday at 1:23 p.m. As an offer of proof, the prosecutors indicated they'd be able to demonstrate that there was an active shooter alert, and that subsequent to that, the defendant is calling his wife, Mrs. Crumbley, from their home, and that while Mrs. Crumbley is on the phone with her husband, she is texting her friend, presumably under the influence of the startling event, that there's an active shooter in the school, that Mr. Crumbley is at the home. She's on the phone with Mr. Crumbley, and contemporaneous with her conversation with Mr. Crumbley, she texts, "The gun is gone, and so are the bullets. And OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself, and he must be the shooter." So I'll be allowing those text messages in pursuant to 8032. Right?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
So the text message that Jennifer sent to her boo thing while she was on the phone with James, there's a text. Oh, no, that was a different one. Sorry. The first one. the text that Jennifer sent to somebody saying this, meanwhile, this is what I'm dealing with the picture of the gun. They've excluded that for evidence, but they are able to use that if necessary for impeachment purposes. And then she let in the other text message. She went there. Now, standing there looking, just looking at James as he's standing there, he comes across as very sad to me. He comes across as sad. Does anybody get anything different from that? Yeah, that's true, Solo. She did add a little bit of dark levity.
Mr. Wowski, you are so thrilled. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So we were talking about when you arrived at Oxford High School on November the 30th and you went to the security office.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us again, what was your primary responsibility at that point in time?
Was to try to secure the video of what had happened in the hallway where the shooting started.
And you said that there were a number of cameras operational at Oxford High School at that time?
Yes, there was.
Okay. So in securing the video, what specifically were you asked to do?
We weren't really asked to do anything. I assumed what the bosses, the sheriff and the undersheriff, all of them would want to know is where it started. We knew it started in the 200 hallway, and we saw as the shooter came out, but we were trying to figure out when he went into the bathroom.
So what did you do to accomplish this goal?
The shooter came out of the bathroom with a black coat on. We kept on rewinding 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and watched all the way through looking for him to go into the bathroom. And we didn't know the shooter's name at the time. Then we could never find somebody going into the bathroom wearing what the shooter had when he came out. Somebody told us what his name was. And so we knew that he was in the counselor's office earlier in the day. So we went all the way back to the time he was coming out of the counselor's office to determine what he was wearing before he went to the bathroom. That's how we were able to figure out when he did go in.
Okay, so you were able to eventually identify the shooter?
Yes.
Now, are you the person who actually synced together the camera footage for other investigators?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and tell me, how is it that you were able to do that?
With over 100, at least 100 cameras in the school, you just take clips of each one. As they move from one camera, you go to the next camera and save that section. And then there's software that I use to just thread them all together.
And then you testified earlier that you were aware that the shooter was in his counselor's office. Were you also aware that James and Jennifer Crumbley were at Oxford High School that day?
At that time, yes, I was. Yes, I'm sorry.
And eventually, were you requested to obtain as much surveillance video footage from that point in time as you could?
Yes.
I'm going to object to leading.
It's just foundational, Joe.
All right, sustain.
Now, in the immediate days after the shooting, what was your primary responsibility with regard to the video?
Different things came up. There was a rumor going around that the shooter had actually tried opening doors, and identifying himself as the police. Well, that was actually the police, but I had to go up there and get more video footage just to determine how far he went completely down the hallway before he turned around, and then what had happened in the surrounding hallways and such like that.
And as the investigator who had to sync together the video, did you have to watch the video of the shooting itself?
Yes, sir.
All told, how many hours of video do you think you've watched to put this together?
Too many.
How many different angles did you have to see this from?
Every angle, every camera. There's some cameras that pointed back in one direction from where it started to, I don't know, 7 different angles maybe at different times.
In part of putting that footage together, were you aiding in the identification of the victims?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw in the video.
Started at 12:51. shooter came out of the bathroom. I'll never forget it. He came out of that bathroom like what I've referred to before in my life, like a proud chest, like his shoulders were back. And he comes out of the bathroom, and there's Phoebe and her boyfriend just standing right there. And he takes the gun as he comes out of the bathroom, and he turns and levels the gun and fires at Phoebe and hits her in the shoulder and fires at her boyfriend, hitting him in his hand as he raised his hand from seeing the gun, I would imagine. Then to his right, immediately, right there, was Hannah St. Juliana and Kylie and Riley. And he started shooting at them, and they fell on top of each other.
Oh, God.
In the distance in the camera, you can see far end of the angle. You see what I found out to be was Madison Baldwin, and she crouched down, like I don't know why she did it, but it was in the fetal position, and the shooter ran right up to her, and he put the gun right on her head. She just fell over.
Oh my God.
He rounds the corner into the longer part of the 200 hallway. Prior to running towards Madison, he had just fired down the hallway, just trying to hit anybody that was running out of there. He rounds the corner and starts shooting. You see a whole bunch of kids, and you see a whole bunch of teachers standing at doors, just grabbing kids as they ran by and just throwing them into a room. And then
Hey, Chopper.
there's two girls. One you see, she runs up to a door and tries pulling it open, but the people inside had already put the safety latch at the bottom of the door and she couldn't get it open. Meanwhile, the shooter's still walking towards, and another girl comes from the right side of the frame and grabs the other one by the arm and just tears off down the hallway. Meanwhile, the shooter is shooting at them. The shooter keeps walking down the hallway past 200. I think it was a 400 T intersection, I think is what that was. And he levels the gun. And he fires 2 rounds, and at first I didn't know what he was shooting at. And when you go to the section of video of that time is when Tate Muir just comes in, and unknowing to him, he had no idea what was happening. And the shooter leveled the gun, and just as Tate turned the corner, the shooter fired a round. And Tate fell instantly.
God.
The shooter took a couple steps and then leveled the gun again. And just to shoot Tate again, laying there, shot him. You see Tate's body flinch.
Oh,
then,
God.
He then walks over Tate. At the top of the frame, you see his feet stop, the shooter's feet. And he turns towards a room that, looking at the frame, would be on the left, or would have been his left. And come to find later on, he had fired into a classroom where a teacher was. He continues on down the hallway, almost hunting for more victims or whatever. And he gets past a certain point, and there's no one else to shoot at because everybody had ran out of the school. Every door, every possibility, every door locked, whatever. And you see him turn around, and he stops at a classroom that, based on where the door is, you can't see deep into the room. It's like the room goes that way, but he can only see straight in. Well, as he's walking back this way, he can see the kids, I'm imagining, hiding in that corner because he stops and fires off a few rounds through the glass. He then comes back, walking towards where Tate was lying. At this time, an assistant principal was laying there, or standing there next to Tate. And the shooter just walks past her with the gun in his hand, and she said something to him. I'm not sure what she said, but you could tell, like, he turned his head, like almost didn't even look at her, turned his head like in shame. I don't know. And then he keeps on walking down the hallway to the bathroom where the other Justin Schilling was. And he just, as he gets to the bathroom, he just stops and turns right and just goes right to the bathroom.
Did the shooter eventually exit the bathroom?
Yes, he did.
Before he did somebody else exit the bathroom?
Yes, another student.
Tell me what you saw there.
That student, he was, I don't know how else to say it, but I've never seen somebody actually run for their life. And that kid was running for his life.
Now, did the shooter eventually exit the bathroom himself?
Yes, he does.
Tell me about that.
He comes out of the bathroom and he looks around a little bit to see what's going on. Turns around and the bathroom, the doors sit back in like a cubby type area, so they're off the hallway, the main hallway you really can't see, but he turns back around. And eventually now the two first responding deputies had gotten Jason Lure and Jens were coming down the hallway. And Lure was a little bit faster than Jens was just because he was trying to cover more ground. He could see Tate laying on the ground. And Jens just walking a little bit slower. As he's walking up to him, the shooter just puts his hands up in the air and then goes down to his knees. As he's doing that, Jens realizes he sees something, and he yelled gun from what he told me. And the shooter then lays down on his stomach, and Jason Lure come back, and that's when they take him into custody right there.
Based upon your video review, and you said you've had hours of this?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that the entire incident was about 9 minutes long?
Yes, sir. Yeah. He's taken into custody at 1300.
Well, they are going to show.
One
They are
hour.
going to
Sorry,
show the video.
Started at 12:51. He was taken into custody.
Look how upset he is.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go through some of the evidence that you recovered in your forensic investigation. We talked about different information that you were able to draw upon from James Crumbley's phone, Jennifer Crumbley's phone, and the shooter's phone, as well as their social media accounts and emails.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So you've seen all of the bits of every exhibit in this case you've seen, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've seen the demonstrative portions of those exhibits in this PowerPoint before too?
Correct.
Okay. So you're aware, and everyone's aware, we have a citation with the evidence number on that slide, as well as a citation to where from these sources of electronic information was pulled from.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, from what you reviewed of the exhibits, do they fairly and accurately depict the information that you extracted from the social media accounts and from devices themselves?
Yes, it does. They do.
So we'll start in late winter or early spring of 2021.
Mr. Keys, can I just ask you, this source of electronic information, which exhibit is this specifically?
This is not an exhibit, this is just a demonstrative aid for the
All
notice.
right.
Thank you. So we'll start with March 8th of 2021. Before we get into that, a little bit of background. You were able to obtain a Facebook Messenger chat between James and Jennifer Crumbley?
That's correct.
And tell me how you were able to obtain that.
We were talking earlier, you can send search warrants off after authorization from a judge to obtain information on someone's social media accounts or phone numbers.
Okay. And did that happen in this case?
Yes, it did.
So I'm going to show you what's been admitted as, this is People's 44. Sir, what are we looking at here?
That's a Facebook chat between James and Jennifer, and the green would be James Crumbleigh and the blue would be Jennifer's.
Okay, so we won't do this with every slide, but just so we are on the same page here. It says from Facebook 691473442 JC Rumbley. What does that mean?
The numbers is the ID account that is signed by Facebook. And then the JC Rumbley is the screen name that was chosen by the user.
Okay. And then we have in the bottom of the text bubble, we have the date. So this is March 8th, 2021. The time, 3:09:50 p.m. And then it says UTC-5. What is that?
It's just to tell you that it's been adjusted. So the normal information is captured in UTC time, -0. And all time starts in the point in Greenwich. It used to be called Greenwich Mean Time, GMT. Well, now it's UTC, Universal, like whatever it means. Anyways, all time starts there. And depending on which way you go from that point on the globe is whether it's plus hours or minus hours. And we're 5 hours away from where all time starts.
Okay. So let's go through this conversation. Blue from Jennifer, Ethan going to bowling. What's in green is James.
Correct.
What's the response there?
IDK, or I don't know.
Okay. Jennifer, what do you mean? I don't know. And what was James' response?
James says, I don't know, period. Exactly what I said, period. We'll know after he gets home.
Okay. And Jennifer's response, 3:12 p.m. Does he have his phone? Again, 3:12 p.m. Why isn't he home yet? 3:12 p.m. He should be home by now.
Correct.
Okay. And Jennifer at 3:12 p.m. and 56 seconds says freaking out. What was James' response?
He does not get home till 3:16.
Okay, so March 8th, 2021, that was a weekday. From the combination of the digital evidence that you reviewed, location history, are you able to tell where James was when he was sending this message?
Yes.
Where's that?
He was at home.
And Jennifer's response, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit.
Correct.
That's March 8th at 3:13 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and James's response?
Dude, period, chill, period. He is fine, period. And I'm trying to fucking work.
I'm gonna move on to, again, March 8th, 3:13 p.m. What does Jennifer say?
Jennifer replies with, does he have his phone? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
And James's response?
Yes, but he won't answer while he is walking. I will let you know the minute he walks in.
Okay. And Jennifer at 3:14 p.m. says what?
I'm serious freaking out. Then she says, is he home yet? And that was 3 minutes later.
That's March 8th, 2021. That was a Monday. It was 3:17 p.m.
Yes, correct.
Okay. I'm going to move on to Exhibit 61. Again, James and Jennifer Facebook messages. Blue will always be Jennifer, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. March 19th, 9:37 a.m. Tell us what Jennifer writes, please.
Jennifer writes, Ethan awake.
Okay, James' response?
Yeah.
Jennifer?
Replies with, how is he?
And what does James say?
James then says he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
That's March 19th, 2021, 9:40 a.m. And what does Jennifer write?
She replies with, well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. She continues on with, all I know is he needs to eat, go to work hard, and not complain, and he can get his stuff back. And that was at 9:41 a.m.
Okay. And 10:15?
Jennifer says, you respond, I didn't get a call. I didn't get it.
Okay. And James's response?
He responds back with, one text says, Jesus. Another one says, yes. He
Okay.
said, let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guys' room? LOL.
And that was at March 19th, 21, 10:17 a.m.?
Correct.
And Jennifer's response?
OMG. Oh my God.
he was
What
out
did
of
James
it.
write?
James responds, I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night.
Jennifer's response?
She responded with, does he seem better? Then a second response, no melatonin.
Okay, and what did James say?
He responds back with, I know.
Jennifer's response at 10:18 a.m., please.
Jennifer said, but he hasn't had one before, should have only given him half.
And what did James say?
He is just doing his school, says his head hurts. He took Tylenol.
Okay, and Jennifer wrote, is he okay to work?
Correct, she did. And then James responds back with, yeah.
Okay. And what did Jennifer write at March 19th, 21, 11:38 a.m.?
Does he remember what he did?
And what did James say?
James responds back with, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him, and he is doing school.
Okay, Jennifer's response?
She responds back with, okay, then, geesh.
Now, you've reviewed the entire phone seized from the shooter.
Correct.
Okay. Did one text message conversation stand out to you compared to the rest?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me, why did it stand out?
Just the volume of text messages back and forth, the amount that there was in just one chat.
Okay, now without telling us the person with whom the shooter was texting with that volume, can you tell us if you came to learn that the person who was texting was the same age?
Yes,
Okay.
he was.
And he went to school with him?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about the approximate number of text messages between the shooter and his friend.
There was over 20,000 text messages between the two from January to the middle end of October.
Wow.
So that sounds like a lot to me, but I'm not an expert in computer forensics. Give us an idea of what that scope is.
20,000. I mean, that printed is over 5,000 pages of text. I've examined phones that someone's entire chat conversation with everybody they had is less than 20,000. So it's just a large volume.
To put it in comparison between, let's say, James and Jennifer's Facebook conversations, right? What's the scope and the difference in size there, if any?
I believe James and Jennifer was 10,000 text messages back and forth.
Okay.
For that same time frame.
So same time frame, we have double the amount of text message communication between the shooter and his friend as James and Jennifer.
Correct.
Okay.
You said January to October, is that both 2021?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, 2021?
Yes.
Now, there were also, without going into detail, video shared as well?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And were some of the content of the conversation of a highly personal nature?
Yes, it was.
Now, in comparison to any other conversation on the shooter's phone, what's the difference in size between that particular text thread with everybody else's on the shooter's phone?
He had over 20,000 text messages with his one friend. And in comparison, there was, between anybody else, there was a combined, I want to say less than 1,000 between anybody else that he had chatted with.
So combined, less than 1,000.
Yes.
And then that one friend was over 20,000.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to show you just a very small portion of that, specifically April the 4th and April the 5th of 2021, which would be right about 2 weeks after the messages that we just saw between James and Jennifer CRUMBLEY. This has been admitted as Exhibit 67. Names are redacted, obviously. Green is the shooter?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what the shooter wrote April 4th, 2021, 11:56 at night.
He types, like I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance, and then he appears to try to correct the spelling of the word distance.
Okay. And April 4th, 2021, 11:56 and 50 seconds, what does he write?
I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to suck it up.
And 11:57 p.m., what did he write?
He continues on with, like it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. And then he says, my mom laughed when I told her.
That was again 11:57 in the evening, April the 4th, 21.
Correct.
April 5th, 2021, this is just after midnight. What does he write?
He tells his friend, but I'm having bad insomnia right now, RN, and paranoia.
Okay. And then what does he write?
I need help.
That's at 12:11 a.m.
Correct.
And then at 12:12 a.m. what does he write?
I was thinking I calling 911 too, so I could go to the hospital.
And continuing on, April 5th, 12:12 a.m. what does he write?
But then my parents would be really pissed.
And finally, 12:38 a.m. what does he write?
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctor's tomorrow or Tuesday again. And he continues with, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices.
And finally, he writes at 12:39, 20 seconds, what?
Like I am mentally and physically dying.
Now, you discovered, we just mentioned some videos on this text message thread between the shooter and that friend. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to now direct you to August the 19th of 2021. First of all, did some of those images that he shared depict firearms?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So this is exhibit 70 and 71. 70 is the text message itself. And what are we looking at here?
That's showing a video was sent to his friend.
Okay. So this is the same friend we're referring to at all times?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
August 19th, 2021, 9:31 p.m. And the video is 71. I'm going to play that now. And that's August 19th, 2021. Do you know what he was handling in his hand?
That was a handgun.
This is exhibit 72 and 73. They've both been admitted. This is 8:20 a.m., 12:30 in the morning. So we're carrying over past midnight from the last video. 72 is this text bubble. So what are we seeing here?
Again, it's a text to his friend that he's been communicating with of another video of the gun.
Okay. And this indicates that video was sent to his friend?
Correct.
I'm going to play 73 now. Sir, do we see a round in that chamber?
Yes, there is.
Okay, when I say round in the chamber, what does that mean?
A bullet and a shell.
And that was August the 20th. Now, were you able to tell if the defendant or Jennifer Crumbley were actually inside the home when the video was taken?
Yes.
I'm going to go through. We talked earlier about how you're able to find certain location history.
Correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you were able to do that for the specific date?
That's correct, yes.
So this is exhibit 74. Green, and so we're aware, green will always be James Crumbley's location. Purple will be Jennifer Crumbley. Okay. What are we looking at here in exhibit 74?
That's a GPS location that was captured by Google. Is the Gmail account, jamescrumbly8@gmail.com in the upper right corner. And on August 19th at 9:21 p.m.
Okay, so that's on East Street. Did you come to learn that the Crumbley family lived at 112 East in Oxford?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So that indicates at least that his device is at the location approximately the time the first video on August 19th was taken.
Correct.
Okay. So this is exhibit 75. This is purple again. So this would be Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
Tell us, please, what you see here.
Again, it's using the same Gmail account that they had. Her GPS location from Google was at 9:29 p.m. on August 19th.
Okay. And again, that's the first video that we saw.
Correct.
This is exhibit 76, specifically August the 20th, 2021, 12:32 a.m. What do we see here?
Again, another green circle indicating the location of James's device.
Okay. And this is approximately the same time the video of the loaded gun was sent.
Correct.
There's 77. What are we looking at here?
That's the purple, which is Jennifer's on August 20th, and that's at 12:21 a.m.
Now this is exhibit 72. This is part of that same conversation between the shooter and his friend.
Yes.
Okay. And this was August 20th, 21 at 12:32 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. So would that be right after that video was sent?
That's correct.
All right, what does the shooter write?
My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? LOL.
Wow. My dad left it out.
During the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that this friend that the shooter was communicating with abruptly left the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. And did you learn if that was done without notice to the shooter?
Correct, it was not.
Okay. And what do you base that belief on?
James had reached out to the father of the shooter's friend, asking if everything was okay, and then the father of the friend told what was going on.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 79. This is a text message from, you recovered off of James Crumbley's phone?
Correct.
Okay, and again, names are redacted here. Did
Correct.
you come to learn that this is the father of the shooter's friend?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the date here?
This is on October 30th, 2021.
Okay, at 9:52 p.m., what did he write?
He wrote, "Hey, Mark, sorry for the late text. Hope the family is well. Just wanted to check in and make sure everything is okay with the shooter's friend. Ethan's been trying to get a hold of him for a few days. Did not know if his phone was taken away, maybe, but just checking in. Ethan wanted to be with his friend for Halloween if he is okay."
Now, we have this in the same conversation for context. This is October 30th, 21, 11:01 p.m. This was in response to that text?
Correct.
Okay, and what does he say?
He says, "Hey, James, thanks for checking in on him. Unfortunately, his friend is in a bad place with the OCD, unable to go to school most of this week. We are taking him out to Wisconsin tomorrow to put him in residential treatment. He'll be gone for 60 to 90 days. By far the hardest decision we've had to make. So he probably doesn't know how to approach it with Ethan or what to say. I think he is probably embarrassed about the situation and is the reason he is not answering. Let me talk to friend. I wasn't aware that he wasn't talking to anyone."
Okay. And then there was another text after?
Yes. He responds, "Sorry for the delayed response."
Okay. And 10:30:21 at 11:03 p.m.
The father of the friend says, "Let me talk to him and see how he wants to approach it with Ethan."
Okay. And then what was James' response?
James responds with, "Mark, please let me know if there's any way at all we can help. He is a great kid and always great over here and very welcome at all times. Please let me know if we can help."
So that's October 30th, 2021, 11:10 p.m.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to move into November of 2021. Did you find any information regarding James Crumbley's employment status?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us specifically regarding November of 21, what did you find?
That he had lost his job on the first of the month.
Okay. And did he subsequently find another job?
Yes, he did.
And do you recall when that was?
Shortly thereafter, he started door dashing.
Okay. This is exhibits. I'm sorry, we're still on exhibit 79. The response to James Crumbley's text was what?
Always, the dad of the friend says, "Thank you. He loves you guys. Hopefully we can get him better and Ethan can spend some time over here too. He has to voluntarily go, so there's a chance he may not be admitted. If you don't mind for now, if Ethan asked, tell him he had to go out of town unexpectedly. If he gets admitted, then we can give him full disclosure. Is that all right?"
So here's exhibit 81. This is you mentioned he was door dashing?
Correct.
Okay. And you you were part of the investigators who obtained information from DoorDash via search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And the DoorDash, if you are a driver for DoorDash, you install an application on your phone?
Correct.
And did James Crumbley have that on his phone?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And so what is this in 81?
That's just from one of the things that is pulled out when we extract data, pull data off the phone. It's installed applications, and it just tells us that that app was installed, the Dasher app was installed on his phone on November 9th.
Okay. So that's when he would have put the application on the phone to start receiving orders to be a DoorDash driver.
Correct.
So this is November 9th, 2021 at 8:35 p.m.
Correct.
All right. Did you come to learn that he also received messages when he logged in and began picking up orders?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence to suggest that he worked anywhere else but DoorDash in the month of November of 2021?
No, I did not.
And based upon his location history and other information you obtained from his phone, did you come to learn if when he did work beforehand, he was away from the house or in the home?
He was in the home.
Now, what about the shooter's digital footprint in the month of November 2021 after his friend left. When you reviewed the phone, the shooter's phone, for that month in particular, did you find any evidence of the shooter being in contact with anybody else, any other peer?
No, he did not communicate with hardly anybody at all.
Isolate.
Any evidence, either GPS pings, pictures, social media posts, text messages, anything to suggest that he met up with anybody outside of school?
No, if I remember correctly, there was, for the whole month of November, there was only 48 total text messages from the 1st to the 30th.
Okay. And what do those text messages include?
A combined 6 of them were to James and Jennifer. And then the rest were, I remember seeing, he was accessing some app, maybe doing homework or something, trying to find, you know, it appeared like you would text it, maybe a math problem or something, it would send you the answer. I'm not entirely certain, but that's what it looked like.
Okay. But no evidence of plans to meet with a friend outside of school or
no?
Or anything
Objection,
like
Honor,
that?
asked and answered.
I don't think I asked that one.
Keep going.
Okay. No, sir, when I talk about cached data, what does that term mean?
Cache data is data that's stored in a temporary file for your device, whether it's a phone or a computer, to pull that information back up again quickly. Whether it's recently viewed or something you look at a lot, the computer can do it quicker because it knows it has to go to this one folder instead of re-downloading it.
Okay, so I understand it. Does that mean if it's, does every phone have a certain area of storage of cache data?
Yes, and every app, just depending on what the app is, it would have its own folder of cache data, yes.
Okay. So if there's something, for example, an image in cache data, what does that indicate to you as a forensic examiner?
It would imply that someone had to, it would have to have been on their phone, they would have to have seen it.
Okay. Now, what does it mean if 2 people have the same cache data on their phone for an image?
One either would have sent it to the other one or they randomly looked at the same picture.
When examining the phone of the shooter and examining the phone of James Crumbleigh, did you find any images in common in cache data?
Yes.
Now I want to specifically take you to exhibits 82 and 83. This is the extraction report and a screenshot. So first of all, 82 is the extraction report. This is a snippet of that, please. Tell me what that means.
On 82?
Yes.
Where the file info is and stuff? That shows the name of the image when either you take a screenshot of something, it's going to name it real quickly, or if you receive it, it'll name it real quickly so it can track it within your device. And then where it says path, that's the file path that often tells you what happened, how something got on a computer, on a phone, is by reading the file path.
So let's talk about file path for a second. Now, anytime you, as an expert in computer forensics and cell phone forensics, you're looking to find how a piece of data got on the phone. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And so how does a file path aid you in that?
It just tells, that right there, it tells us what they, like this one, for example, on the screen, it says Android messaging. I know this was done using the Android messaging app.
Okay, so this is from the shooter's phone, and the file path you said had Android messaging?
Correct. At the second line from the top, it says tar archive and then data / and then com Android messaging /.
Okay. Now, if something is found in cache data as opposed to just scrolling through the phone to find the image, what does that mean to you?
That they would have seen it on their phone before.
Okay. But why wouldn't you be able to find it just in messages?
Probably, if it was deleted.
Okay. So this is on the shooter's phone, and we have the, I guess, the forensic footprint of this image.
Correct.
And the image itself in exhibit 83.
Correct.
Okay, so what is the exhibit itself in 83?
That tells you right there, that's a screenshot, because at the top of it, you can see the top part of your phone. Usually it has a time up there and the battery life and the antenna strength that you have, and you can see it at the top of that image.
Okay. So the screenshot here is 12/39. And we have the extraction report in 82 to verify it's Monday, the 8th of November, 2021, 12:39 p.m. So that matches the screenshot?
Correct, it does.
And because Exhibit 82 has the actual time and date stamp with the UTC -5 that matches the screenshot. What does that mean to you?
That image, that's the image that was sent with that.
Okay. And this was on the shooter's phone.
Correct.
All right, so this is, this also has the file path here at 12:40 p.m. Tell me what we're looking at here.
This one, so this file path is a little different. Again, starting where you see the word path on the screen there, and then going over, second line from under tar archive, it's the tct.cs.rcs. And the RCS tells me that is rich content, and that's Android's way of being able to either share large files, to know, a lot of people have an Apple phone, you can tell when someone's texting you back. That RCS feature allows Android phones to do the same thing.
Okay. So as a forensic examiner, you can tell us that that screenshot was sent by the defendant's phone based upon, by the shooter's phone based upon the path?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Now here's exhibits 85 and 86. This is from James Crumbley's phone. What are we looking at here?
On the right side is, I'm sorry, the left side, I apologize, is the extraction information that was given, the name that was given in the file path, and then the screenshot again on the right side.
Okay, exhibit 85, the extraction report here. It has the date and time. It's November the 8th, 2021, but this is 12:40 p.m. So that's later in time than what was found on the shooter's phone.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct, about 1 minute.
But it's the same screenshot?
Correct, it is.
Now, did you find either screenshot of the 9mm, so price $299.99, used Smith & Wesson SD9VE in very good condition, comes with 2 16-round magazines and cleaning kit with an image of a firearm, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, did you find that screenshot in either messaging from James Crumbley or the shooter?
From James Crumbley?
Yes.
No.
Okay. But did you find it anywhere else on the phone other than the cache data?
No, I did not.
Okay. Have you seen reference to SD9VE 9mm elsewhere in this case?
Yes.
Where?
In the shooter's journal.
Okay. And again, because it's found in cache data and nowhere else, what does that mean to you?
That it would have had at one time been on the phone. As you're opening the text message, your phone's going to say, I got to save that image so I can look at it if they want to open it up. So the fact that it's in the cache data tells me that they had opened it up.
Okay.
To see it.
Now, is it possible to recover deleted content from a phone?
Potentially.
Tell me why.
Each Android phones are different. So depending on the manufacturer of the phone, whether you have either a high-end phone or a simple throwaway phone that you buy at Walmart, the Android operating system can be changed to suit the manufacturer's or the reseller's specifications. So if you want to sell a cheaper end phone that doesn't have all the functionalities of a higher end phone, usually doesn't have the features to be able to store longer content or retrieve deleted content.
Okay. So it's nothing to do with your forensic tools per se, it's just on the manufacturer?
Correct.
Is it more likely to recover deleted messages after both users delete the message?
No, no. Is it more difficult?
Yeah.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So the fact that this was found in cache data and nowhere else, that's significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
That it was on the phone at one time and now it's not there.
Did all the Crumbleys have Androids?
Yes, they did.
I'm going to direct your attention now to the days before the shooting. We'll start with November the 26th, 2021. Okay. Now, sir, given the tools available at your disposal and the information you're able to pull from, I'm going to ask you to build as best you can a digital footprint of the Crumbleys from the 26th to the 30th.
Okay.
Now, you're familiar with the firearm purchase of the 6-hour 9mm on November the 26th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based upon data locations and other information that you were able to retrieve in your investigation, are you able to tell us approximately when that purchase occurred?
Yes.
When?
It was between 1 and 2 p.m.
Well, I'm going to show you Exhibit 87 here. This is data location from 12:08 p.m. on 11/26/21 So what are we looking at right here?
That, I apologize, it was between 12 and 1 p.m. They were at the gun range there, or the gun store there.
Okay, so this location here verifies that James Crumbley's device was at that firearm store with the 6 hour purchase that day?
Correct, yes.
And this is exhibit 88. This is 12:57 p.m. And we can see East Street as far as where we're oriented towards the map. What are we looking at here?
That shows James Crumbley's location relative to his house at 112 East Street.
Okay. So what can you surmise from these data points?
That this one in particular, the larger the circle is, the more, I don't want to say less accurate, the larger the range where the device could be. This one in particular is 62 meters from that point. So he could be anywhere within 62 meters of that point there near his house.
Okay. So because we have a more narrow point with exhibit 87, we can be reasonably assured that the device was at the firearm store from 12:08, and then at 12:57, he was getting within 62 meters of his house?
Correct.
Okay. Now, to the extent possible, I'd like us to go through what the Crumbley family did after the purchase of that firearm on November the 26th. Tell us what you saw on their phones, what they did after the gun was purchased.
They went Christmas tree shopping. There are pictures of it.
Sir, when someone takes a picture of something, is there a way to tell where and when that picture was taken?
Usually, yes.
Tell me why.
So a picture that's taken with your phone or even a camera that you might have, a Canon camera, captures what's called metadata. You usually tell your phone to do it. And metadata is data within data. It's so that the main information here that you see on the screen is of a map. Well, embedded in that could be how that map was made by the camera that took the picture, maybe the computer that took the picture, how even the screenshot was made. That's information that you don't see. That's the metadata.
So we're looking at exhibits 89 and 90 here. So 89 is the metadata, 90 is the photograph itself. Tell us what we're looking at here.
That's was taken from the shooter's phone, and he's holding a handgun that was purchased on the 26th.
And the handgun on the grip there says 6 hour?
Correct, it is.
Okay. And so when and where was this picture taken?
This was taken at the Crumbleigh home on November 26th.
And what time?
At 1:03 p.m.
Okay, so we saw from the location history that James Crumbley was almost at his house at 12:57 p.m. And this photograph was taken 6 minutes later?
Correct.
Now, did the shooter post anything on Instagram with regards to this firearm?
He posted pictures of him holding the gun and then telling people, ask questions, they'll answer.
So here's exhibit 95. What do we see here?
That's the Instagram post where the shooter wrote, "Just got my new beauty today, heart eye emojis, 6 hour, 9mm. Ask questions, I will answer."
And when was this post made?
In the bottom left corner, you can see it was November 26th, 2021. And it says 1806, which is 606 UTC. And that's what I was talking about. We're -5 or 4 hours. So in November, we're -5 hours. So it's taken at 306.
All right. Here is also exhibit 95. What do we see here?
106. I apologize. It was 106 that was taken.
106.
-5
I was going to
from
correct your
18.
math, but
Yes, I apologize. A picture of him holding it in his hand. And that was taken shortly after at 1:06 p.m.
okay, so same caption of the post, different photograph?
Correct.
All right. And here is, again, same time, same caption?
Yes, just looking down the sights of the gun.
Okay. We see 3 dots at the top of the firearm. What is that?
Those are the sights of the gun. The two on the outside, in the front post. If you don't know, you line those up. It's called your sight picture. You get those 3 dots in a line. If you have equal light on either side, it's where your round's going to go. And
Hi,
you just practice
Caroline.
lining up the sights.
And that's lined up in a way where it would fire the way you would want it to. Would that be right?
It's put around right below it, yeah.
And same caption, just got my new beauty today, 6 hour.
That's not me. That's not me. It's the court feed. It stopped somehow. Not sure what's going on here. I'm finding another feed. It appears to be on the operator's side of things because I have internet and every feed I'm finding is stuck just like this. Okay, camera operator guys. Time to pay attention. Something's going on. Okay, I'm switching over to this one.
Same caption, just got my new view today. 6 hour.
Nope, same thing. I switched to Court TV and they're usually a few minutes behind, and that's exactly what we get is the same exact stop. Let's see if this one had. Every feed is in the same condition. So something happened there with the technology, and now they are taking a break, it looks like. I wonder what's going on. What the heck? Let's see if 13 on your side has no. Huh. Yep. Everyone's so this is definitely a pool camera feed issue that we're just going to have to wait for them to come back up. Yeah, man, we're going to be missing. I mean, this was interesting testimony. Cheryl, the parents did have the same lawyer when they were planning to be tried together, but then they decided to basically throw each other under the bus. So they separated their cases. And I'm going to see if there's anything noteworthy on the artist formerly known as Twitter. Doesn't look like people really know what's going on there either. I'm not even seeing any mention of this. I wonder if this is some sort of, so the other day, Facebook was down. All of Meta was down. Man, this is so weird. I've never seen anything like this. This is truly bizarre. So look, I'll show you. Every single feed is just stuck. Stuck. Even CBS. Maybe what they did is they decide. I know what is right. What is right. Maybe they were done with that testimony and decided to cut off, but they didn't tell anybody. I want to see this is this guy's testimony. You want to see where it cuts off. Do they get cut off too?
Well, they released yeah.
Judge, this might be time for a natural break.
Oh, all right.
Oh no, this was from earlier. That's from earlier. Oh, what the what, man? Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm sure it's just some normal technology issue. I'm sure they'll come back soon as soon as they figure out what the issue is. I think I think the main pool camera is court TV. I'm not sure, but I think it is. Here we are back on court TV and nothing. Nothing. Here, I'll take you to Twitter with me so you could see there's really nothing being said here. Maybe try to do another type of search. Well, at least we can get some pictures from inside the courtroom.
Okay.
This is and now some of the feeds have just fully switched over to something different. All right, I think I found something.
One position where he's at, and looks like he's back home at 5:32 p.m.
Correct.
Here's exhibit 106. It's about 6:03 p.m. He's out of the house then?
Correct.
Okay. And 6:33 back home.
Correct.
Now, what about Jennifer's locations from that day? Were you able to obtain any idea where she was that day?
Yes.
Okay. This is exhibit 108. What do we see here?
It's the purple dots indicating Jennifer's locations.
Okay. So we have 2:29 p.m. to 3:32 p.m. in locations outside of the home that would indicate what to it?
She was at home. She was out and about.
Okay, just to make sure I'm clear, on the 27th, we see James Crumbley leaving home about 9:37 a.m., returning at 5:32 p.m., leaving again at 6:03 p.m., home again at 6:33 p.m.
Correct.
And the same day, Jennifer's gone from about 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Correct.
Now, Sunday, November the 28th. This is exhibit 109. Tell us what we're looking at here.
That is GPS location for Jennifer on November 28th at 12 p.m.
So she's obviously away from her home. Do you know what's at this location?
Yeah, that's where the horse farm is.
Okay. Now, you say horse farm, you went through all of the digital evidence in this case.
Correct.
Okay, including the Facebook messages between James and Jennifer?
Correct.
The messages from James to anyone else or Jennifer to anybody else?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of James and Jennifer spending time at that horse farm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and tell me how you're aware of that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
We've addressed this, Judge. You addressed it in your earlier opinion as well.
I think we did. Yeah, I'm gonna allow it. I think your objection goes to weight, not admissibility.
Thank you, Judge. How are you able to know that, Judge?
About how many times they talked about whether I'm going to the barn to do this or work on this horse or take care of that horse. Yes.
Okay. Give us an idea of how many times they talked about it.
They talked, it was mentioned within their chats 86 times of going to the barn.
Oh, I'm sorry, over what period of time?
That was from January to November.
from that conversation, we're able to tell if they would go together or if they had a plan.
Both. They would go take care, one would go take care of a horse, or they'd meet up there together.
Here is exhibit 110. This is Sunday, the 28th at 2:07 p.m. This is at the Crumbleigh family home?
Correct.
Okay. So these last two pieces of the exhibit indicate that Jennifer Crumbleigh was at the horse barn from approximately noon to whenever she left, arriving home at 2:07.
Correct.
And that's the Sunday after that firearm, the 9mm, was purchased.
Correct.
Now let's talk about James' data location points. Here's exhibit 111. What do we have here?
It shows his location at the Meyer gas station again.
Okay, and tell us what he was doing that day from your review of the digital evidence.
That day he was door dashing again.
So this is a data point at 8:56 a.m. Exhibit 112 is 12:45 p.m. Here's he's back at the house.
Correct.
Does he leave again?
Yes, he does.
Okay, here's 113, exhibit 113 at 12:52 p.m. What do we see here?
It shows him going away from the house.
Okay, and exhibit 114, what do we have here?
At 5:13 p.m. he's back at the house.
Okay, so all this tells you that James left at 8:56 a.m., returned at 12:45 p.m. He left again 7 minutes later and returned 5:33 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. Now I want to move on to Monday, the next day, Monday, November the 29th. I'm going to talk about a Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbleigh from that day. So this is exhibit 115. Jennifer Crumbleigh at 8:23 a.m. on Monday, November the 29th. Are you at the barn? And then follow up just a question mark at 9:02 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So again, blue is Jennifer, green would be James.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you mentioned like those 86 times you talked about the barn, is this what you were referring to?
Yes, it was.
Was this a portion of what you were referring to?
Correct.
James's response was what at 9:05 a.m.?
Working on Billy.
Okay. And did you come? Who's Billy? Did you?
Come to find it was one of the horses.
This is also part of 115. What did James send to Jennifer?
He sent a photo. It's the horse's legs.
Okay. And Jennifer's response?
Do the fronts too.
So that's 9:21 a.m. on Monday, November the 29th. What did Jennifer write to James after that?
She asked him, "Did you call the vet yet?" And then tells him, "Make sure you get back in between his heel balls."
And James's response was, "I did." At 9:34, then fronts too, right after.
Correct.
And James wrote what at 9:35?
He says, "What exactly should I tell the vet? Type out for me, leaving the barn now."
Okay. And Jennifer's response was what?
Billy looks to have scratches / mud fever. He's starting to stock up on all fours and concerned about infection. He's not lame, sensitive to the touch, and they go down when he moves. Is there an antibiotic I can get him on? We just put Desitin, an antibacterial, on his legs today.
Okay. And then she wrote what?
She asked, was he stocked up this morning?
Okay. So that was 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
And James's response at 9:43?
He responds back with, he was stocked up more in the back than in the front. In fact, the front didn't really look stocked up at all. So I launched them for a few minutes before. I put the stuff on it and it took the swelling down a little bit. But I got that cream all over, in between his heel bulbs and stuff like that. I'll call the vet here in a minute.
Okay. And then you wrote talk to tax FYI, so I have no idea what I really just said.
Yes.
Jennifer, it made sense, LOL at 9:58, and then James's response at 9:59.
James responds with, I just talked to the vet, Carrie. Said she's going to talk to the vet once one of them get back in, and she will give me a call back. I explained everything exactly how you wrote it down. Good thing you wrote it down like that, LOL for me.
Okay. Your response was, okay, good, LOL.
Correct.
Okay, so this conversation regarding the barn and the vet started at 8:23 a.m. and it went until 10:15 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did you come to learn if a message was left for Jennifer Crumbleigh while this conversation was going on between James and Jennifer?
Yes, there was.
Okay. This is exhibit 116. William, can you have the volume?
Hi, Ms. Crumbley. My name is Pam Fine. I'm calling from Oxford High School, and I'm here with Mr. Hopkins, who's Ethan's counselor. I was just calling to let you know that we just spoke with Ethan, had a really nice conversation. One of the teachers had sent an email to the office that she was concerned because Ethan, when she was walking around the room checking assignments, that he was on his phone looking at bullets and that sort of thing. So she just wanted us to have a conversation. We did. We said he had been to the shooting range with you this weekend, and we were like, yep, guns are a hobby for a lot of people and shooting ranges, and that's perfectly normal. And that we just wanted to make sure I had a conversation with him about the things he searches at school, and things versus searching at home. Like Mr. Hopkins gave a good example of like if a teacher makes beer at home, perfectly normal and healthy, but can't be using searches for making beer at school. So we had a conversation. He was great. He's like, yep, I get it. So I just wanted to let you know that we did have that conversation with him, and I don't know, about 5 minutes, and he went back to class. All right, if you have any questions, you can give me a call. Otherwise, it'll be a great holiday. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that was November the 29th, 2021. Did you find evidence that Jennifer Crumbley accessed that voicemail?
Yes, she did.
Is that depicted here in People's Exhibit 117?
Yes.
Could you find from the messages between James and Jennifer who picked their son up from school that day?
Ethan did. I apologize. James did. Father.
Here's Exhibit 120. This is Jennifer Crumbley. You still working? 2:44 p.m. James says no, waiting for their son. 2:47. Okay. And 119. This is later on. What does Jennifer write to James?
Did Ethan tell you what happened today?
Okay. And that's the same afternoon that the voicemail was left?
Correct.
Okay. And James' response
was yeah.
Now we're going to move on to November the 30th. So in the morning, November 30th, were you able to tell what time the shooter was dropped off at school?
After 7:30 p.m. or a.m.
So you were able to pull surveillance video for this?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 122. 7:46 a.m. on the 30th?
Correct.
Man, it was cold that day. Wow.
Tell us when you recognize him, please.
He got out of the car a second ago. He's the last one walking up.
Right there?
Yes.
And he was dropped off by his father?
Correct.
I think there was just one incident of
Exhibit
that.
123. Tell us where James Crumbley went after that.
At 8:04 a.m. he was at home.
Okay. And then Exhibit 124, where was he?
At the horse farm again.
Okay, so 9:04 a.m. So 7:46 a.m. he dropped off his son. He was home at 8:04 a.m. He's at the horse barn by 9:04.
Correct.
Do you know what time that Jennifer Crumbley got to work?
About the same time, 9:04.
So this is what we're looking at here.
That's Jennifer walking into her placement appointment.
This is Exhibit 125.
Yes.
Okay. And this is November 30, 2021 at 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
Now, do you know if she received a phone call shortly after arriving?
Yes, she did.
So Exhibit 126, what do we have here?
That's from the call obtained from her phone from the school.
Okay, so we have a missed call at 9:24 a.m. on November the 30th.
Correct.
And then we have a return call at what time?
9:27 a.m.
And how long is that phone call?
That's 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes.
So is that 5:43? It's 5 minutes and 43 seconds?
Yes, it is.
Now, next in the timeline, 9:31 a.m. What are we looking at here?
That's the screenshot or a picture of a math sheet homework that the shooter had.
Okay. So this was sent to whom?
To Jennifer.
To Jennifer Crumbleigh?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 128, what's this?
That's the full-size image of it, of the math sheet.
So did you come to learn there were actually 2 different math worksheets?
Yes.
Okay, and this would be referred to as the altered one?
Correct, it is.
So this was sent to Jennifer Crumbleigh at 9:31?
Correct.
Right, it's exhibit 128. Exhibit 129 is what?
That appears to be an email of the math worksheet.
Here's exhibit 30. This is what contained in the email?
Yes, that's the original.
So this was emailed to Jennifer Crumbleigh at 9:32 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
And the scratched out version was texted to her at 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now this is exhibit 131. This is at 9:33 a.m. So this is 1 minute after that original drawing was sent to Jennifer Crumbleigh. What are we looking at?
Jennifer telling James, call now, emergency.
Okay.
And then she says again, emergency, 2 minutes later.
And then at 9:38 a.m., what does she send?
She sends the picture, the 2 pictures of the math worksheet.
Okay. So the one that's scratched out in the original, the
Correct.
both that were sent to Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. And James's response at 9:44 a.m.
James responds with, my God, WTF.
And then what?
Vet not here yet. It's McElmurray for Kira's horse, still waiting on vet.
Okay. So we saw earlier that his location indicated he was at the barn by at least 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. And this was at 9:45 a.m.
Correct.
And what did Jennifer write?
Responds back with, he said he was distraught about last night.
James?
James says, we talked about it this morning. Then he asked, you talked to him, question mark.
And what did Jennifer respond?
Responds with, can you call?
That's 9:57 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. And what does Jennifer write at 10:04 a.m.?
She says, heading to a school, I'm very concerned.
And that's at 10:04 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021.
Correct.
Did you learn that they both arrived at Oxford High School?
Yes, they did.
And did you learn approximately the time they arrived there?
Yes.
What time was that?
About 10:30, 10:36.
This is exhibit 132, 9:36 a.m. You see James' location history that's still at the barn?
Correct.
Okay. And 134, this is the same surveillance footage that we saw Jennifer Crumbleigh arriving at work at 9:04 a.m. This is at 10:06 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And this is consistent with what we just saw in these Facebook messages when she wrote heading to school?
Correct.
Okay. This is exhibit 126. What do we see here?
It's a call to the school, to the counselor from Jennifer.
Okay, so she left at 10:04, then at 10:07, she called the same counselor who called her?
Correct.
And exhibit 131, headed to a school at 10:12. So that would be the timeline for that period of the day.
Correct.
So do we have an idea of, you said about after 10:30 a.m. that meeting occurred?
Correct.
Okay, and so is this what you base that opinion on?
Correct, yes.
All right, so what do we see here at exhibit 135?
What you see at the top of it is the horse barn, and then he takes a path down Gardner Road and then heads to the high school.
Okay. So if I'm correct, what we just saw, Jennifer arrived at work. Well, first of all, the shooter was dropped off at school at 7:46 a.m. by his father.
Correct.
He went to the horse barn at 9:04.
Correct.
Jennifer arrived at her place of employment about the same time, 9:04.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she received a phone call at 9:24.
Correct.
Then we saw the messages sent from her counselor and the phone call from her counselor and the messages thereafter with those 2 drawings.
Yes, sir.
And then the Facebook messages at directly after to James with those 2 drawings.
Correct.
Okay. And this shows when he left the horse barn and about the time he arrived at Oxford High School.
Correct.
And did he stop by his house before he went to the meeting?
No.
Jennifer stopped by the house before she went to the meeting.
No, sir.
Did they go in one car or separate cars?
They were in separate cars.
Okay. We had discussed this particular aspect of the case in a separate hearing some time ago, and there was an original belief that they arrived in one car.
Correct.
Okay, you came to learn that they arrived in two different cars.
That's correct.
Leading.
Again, it's just foundation, sir. Tell me what happened.
When I originally was watching the video, the system that the school has, it's not continually recording. It only records when there's enough movement in the frame. So if they're too far of a distance away, it's not going to record, even though there might be somebody walking across the parking lot. The sensors don't pick it up. And it didn't, once I saw the second car, what I thought was the first car, pull into a parking spot, the next thing I saw was just two people standing in front of it. So I assumed that they'd come out of that car together.
So keeping with our timeline here, 10:29 a.m. We have a call log of what we see here.
James calling Jennifer.
Okay, and how long was that phone call?
7 minutes and 16 seconds.
And based upon what you found on the video and the messages and data locations, this is before they arrived at school?
Yes.
Now, you were able to pull the surveillance footage of both vehicles arriving and their movements while inside the Oxford High School, at least that were contained on surveillance video, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so this is exhibit 137. I'm going to play this. And just so we know, at the bottom of the screen here, we have a description of the camera, what it's looking at with the time.
Correct.
So this is 10:36 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And this, what are we looking at right here?
That's the parking lot of the school on the north side of the school.
I mean, that just looks frigid, so cold.
Sir, whatever you're able to, give us some context of what we're looking at.
I come to find out that that's Jennifer pulling up right there in that car.
Okay.
And then there's James and Jennifer walking up to the school.
Right here?
Yes.
They just all, in every single way, seem so disconnected, you know? Their body language, how separate
Sure, this
they
is
are.
James and Jennifer Crumbleigh in the Oxford High School that day?
Yes.
Okay.
That's in the office there, and they're being directed around to counseling.
At the bottom of the screen there, it's 10:39 a.m.
Correct.
So it just might actually be a good time for a short break if the court is inclined to take one.
You want to break this thing?
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to let you sit down, you can discuss your testimony. All right, so just about a 10-minute break. Okay.
All right, to the jury.
We're going to catch that crazy high. You made this. All right, so by about 3 o'clock, we're going to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know.
Yeah, I mean, he's still pretty thin, but he definitely looks healthier than he did before. He's a tall guy, too. All right, I'm going to put this on quiet. It's hard to watch that footage of, things when you're watching footage of things that happen just before. I mean, when you really think about the gravity of all of this. And I remember how shocking it was to find out these details in the immediate aftermath of this shooting, that we found out that the parents had gone there for a counseling appointment that very day, because they had been called there by the school that very day to talk about this drawing that he made on the math worksheet, right? That very day, and to watch all of those moments, knowing that we're counting down with every moment to a horrible school shooting that could have been prevented. And in my mind, many of these, well, I mean, so many of these shootings could be prevented by more closely watching the mental health of a child, by listening to him. Yeah, they didn't take him home. They were more worried about him doing something to himself, they claim, and said that probably staying home would be better for him than, staying at school would be better for him, because they were more worried about him hurting himself than others, and, recognizing the depression he had from losing his friend a month before, and his grandma and his dog, I think it was. I mean, lots of triggering events right around the same time. But, even if they did take him home, like, let's say the Crumbly parents did take him home, would they have gotten him to a counselor? Would they have gotten him into treatment such that he would have been, on his way to healing and this not happen? Or would they have just left him home and then went back to their horses and her affair and all of that? Would that have stopped anything? It's unclear, because the parents are basically taking a nonchalant attitude. These particular parents, maybe even if they had him go home that day, it might have subsided for a bit. But if you don't get help, and you're in a state of mental distress, and you have these ruminating and ongoing thoughts about this gun and killing people, and now your parents have put that gun in your hand, I mean, that is where parental intervention is necessary, right? I'm gonna pull up some more background info for this. Hold on a moment.
Let's listen in live.
Thank you, Judge Mark Keese, on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith.
This is a previous hearing immediately after. This is their preliminary hearing, and this is when the parents were being tried together and appearing together and had the same defense attorney, and they start doing hand signals to each other or something in court, and they get admonished for that. Let's watch.
on behalf of Jennifer Crumbleey. For the purpose of exam and today, I am going to represent Ms. Crumbleey, and my partner is going to represent Mr. Crumbleey so that we can keep our arguments clean and separate.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbleey. So just for clarification, in terms of any cross-examination and direct examination, Ms. Smith, you will be taking cross-examination and direct examination for Ms. Crumbleey only, and Ms. Lingham will be doing it for Mr. Crumbleey.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Judge, if I may, just regarding that aspect, we have discussed potential conflicts every hearing. I do believe that is appropriate for defendants, as well as defense counsel, to acknowledge a potential conflict and place that waiver on the record if there is one.
I have made the record of that at each appearance, and I'm planning on doing it today as well. Again, as both of you have been aware, and I've made both of you aware of the fact there's potential for a conflict of interest in this case due to the fact that your attorneys are representing you, and they are attorneys and counsel in the same firm. Ms. Crumbleey, do you understand any potential conflict that might exist with both of these attorneys representing both of you and your husband? Yes. And Mr. Crumbleey?
Yes.
Ms. Crumbleey, knowing that potential conflict, are you willing to waive any conflict that may exist and proceed today with Ms. Smith representing you here for purposes of the preliminary examination? Yes. Mr. Crumbleey, what about you? Are you willing to waive any potential conflicts that exist with having Ms. Lehman representing you, knowing that Ms. Smith is representing your wife?
Yes. Yes.
The opportunity to meet there regarding some of the exhibits. Is there still the necessity to adjourn and argue that motion?
Good morning, Your Honor. The defense did file a motion for a more compressed witness list and to adjourn. We have reviewed the discovery that we received from the prosecution at the time. Your Honor, I'm going to remove my mask.
Just take as long as everybody's comfortable with it.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the time of filing our motion, there were a number of materials that we had not received from the prosecution. Since filing the motion, the prosecution has elected to provide additional discovery to us on February 1st, February 2nd, February 3rd, and February 4th. We did again ask the prosecution to provide us with a more specific witness list. The original witness list that was provided was approximately 30 witnesses. We asked for a shorter witness list. The prosecution provided us with a list of 16 witnesses. We did ask them for more specifics regarding their witnesses so that we could better focus our attention on preparing with our clients and also preparing ourselves for the preliminary examination today. In reviewing the materials that were provided on February, I believe, 2nd and February 4th, we learned that there were some materials that had not been provided by the prosecution to us, specifically regarding one of the witnesses that they expect to take the longest today, and that's Detective Wowski. We have met with the prosecution. The prosecution indicates that it sounds that they do have the materials that have not been provided to us, but they have not provided them. It's been, Your Honor, we have a video specifically created by the prosecution so far. There are at least 67 hours of recordings. As we've made the court aware, in order to have in-person visits with our clients, we have to obtain a court order for each visit. We have to obtain no more. We were able to successfully schedule 2 visits with our clients last week. However, we have not been able to review all of the recorded discovery, even all of the recorded discovery specific to some of the witnesses today, because there were other materials and matters that we needed to discuss. If we do want to visit with our clients, Your Honor, as I'm sure the court is aware, if we don't do it in person, it's done through a software, which quite frankly, Your Honor, has failed us more times than it hasn't. And we're also limited in time on those visits. We're limited to half an hour at a time, and we can't schedule multiple visits back to back. So, Your Honor, it's obviously been very difficult to prepare for this examination with the amount of discovery that the prosecution has provided. And the amount that the prosecution has provided as relevant to our clients is also varied within the amount of discovery that they've provided to us. So, Your Honor, even though we've taken a number of steps to effectively prepare for our preliminary exam today, we do still have concerns that there are things that we are missing. We just had a conversation about text messages.
Yeah, this is an old hearing that they got admonished for
the
doing
prosecution
hand
has indicated
signals.
that they may have an explanation for why we haven't seen them, but we do still have concerns, Judge, and that they provided viewed in the prosecutor's office. We do have concerns, will be relevant to everything. Response?
Thank you, Judge. We just spent 45 minutes meeting with defense counsel. Defense counsel indicated that everything in this binder that we put together for the court as well as defense has been turned over. Now, just a few minutes ago, Ms. Smith approached me and said there was a text thread that she didn't think she had or may have been deleted. Our expert in computer crimes is going to testify regarding how a user may or may not delete things and how it can be exported from the Celebrite system. That's not new information, Judge. We have turned over everything in an unprecedented fashion. By way of example,
Well, that's weird. I'm trying to get to the
All right,
part where
everybody,
they
it does
get.
appear that they are having some issues. Look,
we received today, the information that counsel just referenced regarding Detective Wowski, that's something called call detail records. We've already indicated we're not going to admit that at the exam. And those call detail records have been turned over to defense. Now, Judge, we have turned over everything that we possibly could have. We are ready to proceed today. And like I said, the prosecution has been following all those court orders.
So I hadn't watched this hearing before, but it's interesting to go back to, when they were right after they were arrested and see how they were being tried together and how their lawyers were giving the same exact argument that every defense lawyer gives in these preliminary hearings. We didn't get the discovery. We didn't get fast enough. We didn't get key parts of the discovery from the prosecution. Like the judge must be so sick of hearing that same argument over and over and over again. We didn't get and also, doesn't it go to tell you that when the prosecution is providing so much data to the defense that it's hard to get through it, that means there's a lot of data against your client? And does it seem very smart to signal that in court? They have so much data, we haven't been able to get through it. And I think they try to imply that they've just been inundating us with data. It's not real data, but still, you're basically saying they have so much evidence against my client, I can't get through it all. That's what it comes across like.
Thank you. All right, the defendants did file an emergency motion to compel witness list or in the alternative to adjourn the preliminary examination on February 2nd, 2022. The court has had the opportunity to review the motion, the response. Also did have a discussion with both attorneys relative to the nature of the discovery that had been turned over and what had not been turned over or they believed had not been turned over. The court did allow both all attorneys to meet prior to beginning today's hearing for approximately 45 minutes to go over all that discovery. In addition, the court adjourned this preliminary examination for approximately 6 weeks because it did acknowledge and understand that the discovery in this case would most likely be voluminous. Having taken all those measures, the court finds that there's sufficient evidence that has been turned over to the defense attorneys at this point in time, that their good cause does not exist to adjourn the exam again. If there's a good likelihood that this exam will not complete today and that it may need to go into another date and time. So having taken all those factors into consideration, the court is going to deny the motion. The prosecutor also had a motion.
Thank you, Judge. The people filed a motion as well as to restrict communications between the defendants during court. It became known to us that during certain Zoom breakout sessions, the defendants were making certain gestures to each other. We're asking this court, through this court's inherent authority, to restrict the communication, Judge. I did file a plea, and I believe it speaks for itself. I do not believe there's objection to the defense.
Your Honor, the fact that the prosecution wasn't even aware of the communications until they were later told by other people shows that our clients weren't trying to do anything to disrupt the court. All of the communication, they didn't realize it was being broadcasted. They certainly didn't intend to hurt any of the victims from Oxford. On that, we apologize to the court. I already told the prosecution I would tell our clients not to have communications at the table or send messages of I love you at the table. They agreed. There was no reason to file a motion. Our clients will behave. They're not going to do anything like that, and they certainly don't mean to offend anyone.
Thank you. The court has had the opportunity to review and consider the motion that was filed by the prosecutor as well as the oral arguments. I'm going to grant the motion as it relates to in-court proceedings.
Here's Jennifer Crumbly. Apparently, the parents eye rolling at new details revealed in court.
Bond, let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Just let me know when you're ready.
I believe we are ready, Judge.
Okay. Calling docket numbers 21006-651, People versus James Crumbleigh, and docket number 21006-652, People versus Jennifer Crumbleigh. Can I have appearances on the record, starting with the prosecutor first, please?
Aaron McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you. Mark Keeston on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James and Jennifer Crumbleigh.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of James and Jennifer Crumbleigh. Today is the date and time set for the defendant's motion to amend bond. The court is hearing this motion by Zoom. Both defendants are at the Oakland County Jail and are appearing by Zoom, as are their attorneys and the prosecutor. Any objection to appearing by Zoom, prosecutor?
No, Your Honor.
Defense counsels?
None, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Again, this is the defendant's motion to amend a bond. Keep in mind that the court has had the opportunity to review both the motion and the prosecutor's response. Go ahead with any oral argument, and please try not to repeat anything that's already contained in your pleadings that the court did review.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court is aware, MCS 6.
So this particular Zoom hearing is supposed to show what they were just talking about in the previous clip about James and Jennifer kind of communicating to each other during the hearing in Zoom. And this now who is
Okay, any response from the prosecutor's office, and who is responding?
Yes, Your Honor. I am going to address the issue of flight with regard to bond decisions. Mr. Keese is going to outline the
Possibly take him out of school because of work. They're told Crumbleigh he picked instead, and a risk assessment for suicide was performed. A decision was quickly made to notify Ethan's parents, these defendants, and to have an immediate meeting with both of them. When Jennifer Crumbleigh was called to the school, she first asked if they could call her husband instead. When she was informed that they tried to call her husband, but when he picked up, they only heard dead air, she then responded, "Well, I'll see if he can come to the school." Eventually, they both arrived together at the school. They're given the opportunity to view the worksheet that Ethan Crumbleigh drew.
So they don't agree with these details that are clearly coming out in court now.
What's been admitted is Exhibit 1 and 2, and they're told that immediate therapy is needed. Immediate as in that day. They resisted, instead asserting that they couldn't possibly take him out of school because of work. We have since learned that Jennifer Crumbleigh's employer would have gladly given her the day off, and she did not have any meeting scheduled until later in the day. As you've heard Prosecutor McDonald state, Judge, we also learned that James Crumbleigh was a DoorDash driver.
See her laughing. I can't with this woman. This woman, my God, she doesn't take anything seriously. The only thing she takes seriously is herself.
Giving him ample opportunity, to bring Ethan Crumbleigh with him. When they were given the drawing, neither one of them bothered to mention that the gun drawn by Ethan bore a striking resemblance to the gun they bought for him 4 days before. They never bothered to mention they didn't keep that gun in a gun safe, locked and secured. They also never bothered to mention.
See how incredulous she is that, the prosecutor is saying, why didn't you, is basically implying you did the wrong thing by not telling the school staff about this gun that had just been purchased and how that gun that he drew looked exactly like the gun that you just purchased him, and that is something to clue into. That's a detail to pay attention to that they didn't pay attention to. And at this point, Jennifer's like, well, I shouldn't have had to pay attention to that. I mean, that's the sense I get is, well, what were we supposed to do? What were we supposed to do? That's the sense I get from her.
Ethan had displayed any of the troubling behavior that I had outlined. Instead, they said they couldn't take him home, and Jennifer's words to end the meeting were, "Are we done here?" This caused the counselor so much concern that he gave them a 48-hour deadline to call therapy or to begin therapy, or he would call CPS. And that is the evidence that will be admitted.
So disrespectful. So incredibly disrespectful.
When those witnesses testify at the preliminary examination. Judge, the timing is important as well. The defendants left the school at roughly 10:55 a.m. The shooting didn't begin until 12:51 p.m. The Crumbleys lived just down the road from Oxford High School. Even if for some reason they didn't want to tell the school about what they knew, they had ample opportunity to drive home, take 2 minutes to see if the gun was still there. They failed to do so. But when news of the shooting broke, each of them quickly concluded that their son was the one responsible. James went to his house and called 911, telling dispatcher that the gun was missing and his son might have done it. Jennifer texted Ethan and said, "Don't do it." She also texted a coworker that the gun was missing, and she was concerned that Ethan was responsible. Judge, this is a snapshot of the evidence that will be admitted on February the 8th and the ensuing dates for the preliminary examination. Search warrant returns are still coming in. We expect, based upon what we've seen so far, that the additional evidence will be inculpatory as well.
All right, they're back in court, so I'm going to switch over. Yeah, I mean, I marvel sometimes at the way people act in court, Harlot. I really, really do. I marvel at it because this is where, lives can change in an instant, right? And your behavior in that setting can make the difference in, how you're treated in that situation. And what you're supposed to be doing in court is showing respect to the court process, respect. And of course, you're going to have feelings. These are really heightened emotions and, tragic situations. People are going to be on high emotions. But this is where you start to see that people have an incredibly hard time. Hey, Christina Weinman, good to see you. They haven't, so many people have an incredibly hard time being able to control themselves and control their disrespect, in court. And you really see that in pro se matters like the one that I streamed a few weeks ago, where the, person was pro se. When you see people representing themselves like Darrell Brooks, I mean, it can be a absolute chaotic shit show in court. And yeah, that's possible, Harlot. That's possible. It's very possible. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm going to need to do a little Google searching while we're watching court, whether this is the same law partner that Shannon Smith introduced and was representing him during the preliminary hearing. She kind of looks the same, but it's possible. It's possible they're not the same person. Shall we watch a little palate cleansing court clip while we're waiting? I mean, luckily the courtroom doesn't look anything like this. Luckily, it doesn't look anything like this, right? And remember, never show disrespect. Never show disrespect to the great Judge Judy.
Was I respectful to you, sir? Yes. I expect you to be respectful to me.
I respect you. I expect you to be respectful to me. Looks like they're having a bit of a long...
Your Honor, I would like to sidebar here. Is this, Your Honor, sidebar?
There's no jury here.
Okay, well, that's
so
me.
You do a sidebar to keep a jury.
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, he just smiled and then caught himself from smiling. He's been very clearly coached about not showing too much facial expression, especially happiness or smiling in court, which is prudent advice. Yeah, while we're waiting, let's see. This is a good one.
Because she couldn't file on me.
I am going to advise you, Miss Oriani.
That's fine.
You do have the right not to incriminate yourself.
I do.
Don't know.
And I would not like to speak on anything that has to do with that.
Please talk.
Yep.
Thank you. Are you going to let me talk now? Are you going to interrupt me?
You can speak. Absolutely.
Yes, Judge, you may speak in your own courtroom.
Calling people versus James Crumbleigh, case number 22279-989-FH.
Why are the plaintiff and defendant labels upside down on the tables? I'll need to see what you're talking about before I try to answer that.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Okay, so we were on November the 30th, 2021. This is at 10:39 in the morning. You identified both James and Jennifer Crumbleigh in Oxford High School.
Correct.
So this was the surveillance video pulled from that day and that time?
That's correct.
The clock there that says 12:42, that's incorrect.
Correct, it never changes. Correct.
So the actual time is in yellow at the bottom of the video. It just turned 10:40 in the morning.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you come to learn who this person was that greeted James and Jennifer Crumbleigh?
Yeah, it's a school counselor.
It just skipped now from 10:41 to 10:52 a.m. Same view, same exhibit. Who do we see leaving the office?
That's the shooter.
That's 10:52 a.m.
Correct.
Like I said, it's just really eerie to think that these are the last few hours before all of this happened, and the parents are there at the school. Well, actually, it happened at 12:51 or something like that, and that clock says 12:42. So, I mean, minutes.
This is 10:53 a.m. Who do we see?
It's James and Jennifer Crumbleigh leaving.
Oh, 10:53.
This is James Jennifer Crumbleigh.
Yes,
They're walking out the counselor's office.
correct. Back towards the front office.
And of course, they are leaving without their child.
At one point in time, James Crumbleigh was holding a white piece of paper. Now it appears Jennifer Crumbleigh's holding that. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And he just took it back from her?
Correct, he did.
And she just wants to get the hair.
They leave the building 10:54 a.m. on November 30th.
Correct. Yes.
Here's 141. This is 11:24 a.m. And this is the same surveillance footage of Jennifer Crumbleigh's employer.
Correct, coming back to work.
So she's back to work at 11:24 a.m.
Correct.
Okay, so this is exhibit 142. I'm going to go to a Zoom version here. This is November the 30th. This is the DoorDash search warrant return.
Correct.
Okay, so you can, I'm sorry?
Part of it, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and so this is just depicting the November the 30th date.
Correct, yes.
Days. Okay. And so he logged on to DoorDash at what time?
11.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's the time he actually logged on.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So going back to this version on exhibit 142, there are no logons prior to 11 a.m. that day.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And in fact, we see his first message was 11 a.m.
Correct.
Right. Exhibit 80, exhibit 143. Now, the time here at the top corner, that's 11 a.m. to 11:19 a.m. And this is a map that's been created that depicts DoorDash pickups. Is that right?
Correct.
Pickup and delivery.
The route he took, yes.
Okay. And if you refer back to that DoorDash search warrant return, exhibit 142, you were able to tell that he had 4 different orders that morning until the shooting?
That's correct.
Okay. So this location history depicts what?
Again, that's the path from the Google search warrant return we used to follow the path down to where he picked it up to where he dropped it off.
Okay. And at any point, did he stop by his house?
No, he did not.
This is 11:19. That's when he got his second delivery?
Correct.
Okay. And exhibit 44, 11:19 to 11:46. What do you see here?
It shows where his first drop off was to where the second pickup was.
Okay.
And then where he dropped it off.
Did he stop by his house then?
No, he did not.
Next DoorDash order is 11:58 a.m.
Correct.
Exhibit 145 here. This is the GPS locations.
Yes, it is from Google, yes.
What do we see here?
His second drop off in the bottom part of the picture to where he went back up to the mire at the top side of the picture and dropped it off.
Did he ever stop by his house?
No, he did not.
This is 12:51 for a DoorDash order, November the 30th. 12:51, that's what you told us was when the shooting started.
Yes.
Exhibit 146, what do we see?
Where his third drop off was at the bottom of the picture and the pickup end of the fourth trip to the drop off of the fourth trip.
Did he ever stop by his house?
No, he did not.
Now, what's the first relevant events in either James or Jennifer's devices after the shooting occurred at 12:51?
An email was sent out.
Okay, this is exhibit 141, or a portion of it. This is what?
That's the email header from the Oxford Community Schools at 1:09 p.m.
Your Honor, I believe this was exhibit 147.
Oh, what did I say? I'm sorry. Thank you, 147. So this email was found from a search warrant return on James Crumbley's email?
Correct.
Okay. And it was sent from Oxford Community Schools to James_Crumbley@yahoo.com?
That's correct.
Subject line was active emergency at OHS?
Correct.
Okay. And this was at 1:09 and 52 seconds in the afternoon?
Correct.
Okay. Now, were you able to tell from his data locations where he was when he received the email?
He was he was going to the mire, yes.
Okay, so this is 1:11 p.m. So 1:11:38 seconds, about a minute and a half later, his GPS pinged at that same mire that you went to?
Correct.
Okay. That's exhibit 148. Now, after that email was received at about 1:09, 1:10 p.m., who did he call?
He called Ethan.
Okay. He called the shooter?
Yes, the shooter.
And that was at 1:13 p.m.?
Correct.
And at 1:17 p.m., he tried to call him again?
Correct, he did.
Okay. Neither phone call went through, is that right?
That's correct.
It's exhibit 136. Does he leave the Meyer parking lot?
He does for a little bit, yes.
Okay. So at 1:17 p.m., we see a lot of different green dots here. Is this the first data location that shows that he left the Meyer parking lot?
Yes, it is.
So that was after he received the email and after he called his son twice?
Correct.
Okay. That's exhibit 149. And does he call anybody else at that point in time?
Yes, he tries calling Jennifer.
Okay. That's exhibit 136. And do we know Jennifer left her work that day?
That's correct, she did.
Okay. I'm just going to show a clip here. This is exhibit 150 at 1:18 p.m. So this is after he had that 57-second phone call with Jennifer.
Correct.
Okay, we saw that James left the Meyer parking lot at 1:17. Did he go home then?
Yes, he did.
Now, first, did he receive a phone call from Jennifer?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so this is 1:19 p.m. and how long was this phone call?
10 minutes and 19 seconds.
Exhibit 151 is GPS location from 1:20 in the afternoon, November the 30th?
Correct.
Okay, so that's right after he received that phone call from Jennifer Crumbley?
That's correct.
Okay, and this indicates that he was at the home?
On East Street, yes.
Now, at this time, do we know if Jennifer was on the move?
Yes, she was.
Okay, but she wasn't home yet?
She wasn't home yet? No, she was not.
All right, so this is exhibit 152. Where is she at from 1:18 to 1:20 p.m.?
That's her employer. She Square Lake and Telegraph. south of here.
Now, while she was on that phone call with the defendant, with James Crumbleigh, did she send any text messages?
Yes, she did.
This is Exhibit 133. What did Jennifer Crumbleigh write to Andrew Smith? First of all, did you learn who Andrew Smith was?
Yes, I did.
Who's that?
That was her boss at work.
So this is at 1:23 p.m. According to the records that you reviewed. Was she still on the phone with James Crumbleigh?
Yes, she was.
What did she write her boss?
She said, the gun is gone and so are the bullets. He replies with, I'm praying everything is okay. She says, OMG, oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
And that was 1:23 in the afternoon on November 30th.
Correct.
Now, did the defendant receive another phone call from his wife after they hung up from that 10-minute phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to the phone log. This is at 1:30 in the afternoon. It looks like a 3-minute phone call between the two.
Correct.
Now, this was at 1:30 p.m. with a 3-minute phone call, so it lasted about 1:33 in the afternoon.
Correct.
What did James Crumbleigh do after he hung up with his wife?
He called 911.
This is Exhibit 154.
What's the location of the emergency? Okay, I'm not really sure. I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to the high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to send anybody to your house right now. So they're on the active shooter situation. I understand that. There's a million cops here. I have a missing gun. And my son is at the school, and we had to go meet with the counselor this morning because of something that he wrote on a text paper, and then I was in town, and I saw a whole bunch of cops going somewhere, and I made sure that I wanted to get to the high school, so someone was going to the high school, and then somebody told me that there was an active shooter, and then I raced home just to find out. And I think my son took the gun. I don't know. Tim, I don't know what's going on. I'm really freaking out. My son's name is Ethan Crumbleigh. CRUMBLEY. C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y. All right, sir, I'm going to put you on hold for just 1 second, okay? Let's talk to Kristen. Come in and see if I can do anything for you, okay? We're going to hold. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Crumbleigh? All right, I'm gonna get your name and phone number, and I'm gonna have my lieutenant that's out there dealing with the situation. He's gonna contact you, okay? What's your first name? My first name is James. And your last name, please? Yes. Okay. And what's that phone number for you? 248-760-6483. Okay, do you know what your son was doing when he left the house this morning? He has on a pair of sweatpants and like a gray shirt, a gray like sweatshirt. Okay. All right. Somebody's gonna give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because they're right in the middle of all of this. I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call as soon as possible, okay? Okay. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
The call was made at 1:34 in the afternoon on November the 30th.
That's correct.
And sir, if you know, that was before the name of the shooter was made public.
That's correct.
Now, at some point, was James Crumbleigh contacted by law enforcement?
Yes, he was.
Okay, you know if both James and Jennifer Crumbleigh went to the Oxford or Oakland County Sheriff's Office, Oxford substation?
That's correct, they did.
Okay. This is exhibits 155 and 156. These are location points. 1:58 p.m. for James Crumbleigh. Where is he at?
That's the location of the substation.
Okay. So he made the phone call from his house at 1:34, and he's at the police station at 1:58?
Correct.
All right. And this is Jennifer Crumbleigh. She was there at 1:59?
Correct.
Now, sir, we talked in the beginning of your testimony about the multiple phones that were recovered and that you conducted analysis on. Do you have a chance to review the forensic downloads of the other phones as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of your forensic investigation, did you find that on a phone associated with Jennifer Crumbleigh, what we refer to as a burner phone, and an alarm set for December the 4th, 2020.
Correct, it was.
Okay. That's 157. Oh, they're back home at 2:30 in the afternoon at 157, exhibit 157, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so Jennifer Crumbly, 2:30, James Crumbly, 2:30 afternoon.
Correct.
Okay, so now moving ahead to December the 4th. This is exhibits 159 and 160. What are we looking at here?
That's the screenshot on the left side, and then showing the alarm set on the right side.
Okay. Now, from your review of all of the forensic evidence that you had, did it appear that Jennifer Crumbly would leave her phones on throughout the night?
That's correct, she would.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about how the cache images were found of that 9mm handgun, but the message wasn't found, and how you have an ability to occasionally obtain deleted content.
That's correct.
All right. Were you able to obtain a Facebook thread between Jennifer Crumbly and somebody named Brian Marsh?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to obtain any particular messages that were deleted?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 161 and 162. These have been admitted. 161, what are we looking at here?
The first box indicates that the message was unsent. The second one from Jennifer Crumbly is, "We're on the run again. Helicopters not sure where to message you," on December 2nd at 1:31.
When you say unsent, why is this significant to you?
It says she recalled the message back.
And this is from a Facebook message?
Yes.
Okay, so this is after the shooting. This is Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021. And she wrote, "We're on the run again. Helicopters not sure where I'll message you."
Correct.
Exhibit 162.
On the
Later
run.
on Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021. Did you find another deleted message?
Yes.
And tell us what that is, please.
The original message was, "We're fucked," and then that was also unsent.
And because it says you unsent a message in the red X, does that indicate to you that it was deleted?
Correct.
Now, sir, you reviewed all of the defendant's phone call history. Is that correct?
Correct.
At any point from the time that James Crumbly left that piece of paper on November the 30th, 2021, to the time the shooting occurred, at any point in time, did he call any doctor, hospital, or medical provider?
There was no indication of that, no.
Now, you reviewed his entire web history as well, James Crumbly's. At any point, did you see him researching 9mm handguns?
No.
So the screenshot that was on his phone that was deleted, that was sent from his son to him on November the 8th.
That's correct.
Now, earlier, you described the video that you put together of the shooting.
Yes.
And you spent, I asked you earlier, and I think your response was too many as far as hours. Could you, for context though, to lay a foundation for the jury, could you give us an idea of how much time you actually devoted to this?
To that particular video?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object
40 to 50
relevance.
hours.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to relevance.
Judge, the jury's going to see the actual video in a few days. This witness was the individual to put over 100 camera angles together. To do that, he had to watch an awful lot of footage, and he also had to parse out certain activities of students before, during, and after the shooting. The video itself is synced together. There's portions where it skips, and we have to explain why. There's no sound in the video.
Okay, well, you can ask him that then. You can definitely ask him that. Why, it's not one complete video going from beginning to end.
No,
Like,
it was
it's not,
a series of different camera angles.
Okay. So it's follows the shooter's movements?
From the different cameras, correct.
Okay. But you also had to aid in the identification of the victims?
Yes, I did.
Okay. But how is it that you did that?
By where they were
Your Honor,
standing.
I'm
and
gonna object to this as well. I don't know how this is relevant either.
Judge, this is a homicide case.
well, it is a homicide case.
Thank you. Go ahead.
By where they were standing, I was asked what they were doing just prior to the shooting, the victims were.
So how are you to put that together though?
I don't understand what you mean.
How is it that you use that information to help identify the other investigators, who was who? Let me ask you, did you learn what certain individuals were doing directly before the shooting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the group of students you identified as Hannah, Kylie, and Riley, did you know what they were doing?
Yeah, they were just standing there dancing and laughing, it appeared, and joking.
I think that's right.
Can we refresh her?
Sure.
Microphone here.
Yeah, could you guys turn on the mic on?
So they have requested a sidebar before cross-examination starts. Well, you don't have to do that, camera guy. So that was basically them walking through the timeline of all the things that were in the digital evidence between James, mostly James, but also Jennifer and Ethan in those crucial moments and in the aftermath. And yeah, you know, what's going to be super natural for us to do while watching this trial is to compare to, you know, how Jennifer behaved and how James behaved. And I'm getting the sense that, you know, there's like these mitigating factors in my mind where you see James clearly distraught, clearly freaked out, calling 911, trying to do the right thing. But then the other thought in my head is too little, too late, after knowing what had transpired leading up to that. And then Jennifer and James, after the shooting, go on the run, and they're texting about, you know, with people about being on the run and how they're fucked. And you know, the defense has tried to maintain, oh no, we weren't on the run, we weren't trying to escape, we weren't being fugitives, we were just trying to dodge the cameras and other crowds and things like that. And both things can be true at the same time, right? You can be dodging the cameras and the crowds and fleeing law enforcement, especially when they eventually end up finding you, you know, in a warehouse, in some art warehouse or studio situation.
We're going to continue tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. The reasons I'll explain to you more later when we meet. Much like I said at lunchtime, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone because you're in the middle of testimony right now. So I'm going to have you come back in about 8:45 tomorrow. We'll start right at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with cross-examination. All right? All right, so you can start now.
So they're going to be leaving for the day, at least the jury's excused.
When we excuse you, we are doing work. We were here quite a while last night, but I don't like to make you wait while we're doing other things. So there's a lot of moving parts, so I want to let you go, all right? I need to tell you that during the trial, you should not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not post, don't do research, don't discuss the case with anyone. We're going to start up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Does anybody have any questions about the schedule or anything in general? Well, we'll start at 9, 5 to 9.
Not either.
No, but we'll start at 9. So you guys are really good today about coming on time. I appreciate that. So you know, sometimes they, you know, we want to set their camera up and there's all, I'm here. But we're moving a lot of people around, all right? So, in the court, and we have to go through security, there's all those things, so it takes some time. So we'll go all day tomorrow, we're making really good time, I can tell you that. Anybody have any other questions about the schedule? Any other questions about the schedule? Oh, I forgot to order you to stay healthy, right? All right. And we'll start again tomorrow then, all right?
All rise for the jury.
I'm hanging in here to hear if they do any matters after the jury leaves. I know it's very loud.
Is on the way to court to address the issue first.
All right, you need to see. Want to go down?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they can go. I'm not the jurors.
Thank you.
Sounds like they might be doing a motion, I'm not sure. Stacy, I'm not exactly sure what James did before DoorDash. My recollection is that it was a blue collar job, but it paid, you know, it was a good paying blue collar job. Yeah, me too, Christina. What are they about to argue here?
There are no jury instructions issues anymore, right?
No, we agreed a few months ago. Judge.
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out exactly what they're doing, if they're going to argue a motion here. What is happening? We represent the lollipop guild, the lollipop guild, the lollipop guild. That song is still stuck in my head. Sorry, y'all, from earlier. We represent the lollipop guild. And we welcome you to Munchkin Land. I've been trying to remember the words, and not by memory, not by looking it up. I'd really like to know what's going on. This is a point in time when I'm streaming, and I really wish I was a lawyer so I could tell you what's happening right now, because they aren't being very clear about it. The prosecution is clearly getting ready to do something. Maybe it's about they're looking at evidence.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, David Williams.
Here we go.
Would we call this a motion? Is that?
Judge, I think it is. It's an oral motion.
Your Honor, before we get started, I'm just gonna place my objection on the record that this is being handled.
That this is being handled?
Yes, especially in front of the media in the middle of a trial, when this is obviously very likely going to be put out in the public, Your Honor.
Objection to how this is being handled.
Judge, I was not certainly asking for it to be in front of the media, but I don't know how to make a record without that.
Well, we've learned that. It's called 8.119.
May I, Judge?
Well, I guess I'm wondering, during the course of the trial, if there's any kind of a stipulation that could be agreed to.
Certainly, I'm happy to discuss what my request is, Judge.
Well, Ms. Lehman, would you be willing to have a discussion with the prosecutor's office? I can't, I have to hold the public courtroom.
Correct, Your Honor.
I do not want to impact your client or your case in any way by doing so, so I'm weighing the rights of the parties, so.
I would be more than happy to speak with the prosecutor's office about this.
Just be very brief.
I think the situation could be temporarily taken care of with a stipulated order, but I don't know if that's satisfactory or not. I'm reluctant to impact the rights of the parties during the jury trial.
I mean, Judge, my request is pretty straightforward and it's pretty time limited.
Well, I know what your request is, but I'm concerned about statements that might be placed on the record, right? Aren't I concerned about that?
I am, Your Honor.
I mean, Judge, I think it's appropriate for the record, and obviously the jury's not present, that's why they're not here. But I understand what the court's raising. I'm not.
All right. Well, I know you do. I know you do. I know you understand my concerns as well.
I do. Hold on just 1 second, Judge.
So the defense attorney is saying, hey, I don't want this
And yes,
oral.
there's another method during the duration of the trial, which is next week or so.
That's exactly it, Judge.
Okay, so I'm just going to you and defense counsel.
I
could
provided
enter into
a draft order, Judge.
There was a draft order provided, Your Honor. It is not time specific. It appears to be kind of a blanket
So,
time period.
Judge,
Oh,
we
I can
can,
set this for a motion, second, is the first.
You
Judge,
could, Your Honor.
in fact, Judge, I think we'd be willing to have the order expire by its own terms of conduct. We're just talking about during the pendency of the trial.
I'm shaking this head, right?
So I don't think this is a plea. I think it's something that they're trying to, maybe it's injunctive relief or something.
Yes, prosecutor file a written motion, but that doesn't help you either.
And Judge, I'm happy to do that.
Oh, you
Okay,
got it.
Your Honor, my client is not willing to agree to the order.
Okay, so.
It's basically restricting his ability to speak to people, Judge. I mean, it's a complete revocation, except for counsel.
I'm most concerned about him being able to talk to you.
Right, and absolutely, that's not part of what we're asking. Judge, if the order gets entered, we're asking that the communications be limited to only counsel and legitimate clergy during the rest of the trial. That's my request. We're talking 7 or 8 days.
That's not a big
You can talk to the attorney, you can talk to legitimate clergy.
Okay, so if he doesn't agree to it, then the prosecutor's going to make the motion.
And I have advised Mr. Crumbleigh of that, Your Honor. I would propose that there could be a different order with a restriction and not a complete revocation. Obviously, the prosecutor's office is reviewing communications. They would know whether or not the order was violated, and at that point, if the court needed to take action, then the court could take action.
Judge, it's not just about violations going forward, it's about the conduct that's already happened.
Well, I understand that. I understand that. It's so hard to understand, there's a big old sign right there, right?
It's on every call. Every single call.
Yeah,
Judge, if there's not an agreement, I'd like to just make my motion. It's fairly brief, Judge.
So this one, what's his position?
Your Honor,
I mean,
he is
I
not
don't-
agreeing to the order.
Okay, well, does he know that in 10 minutes, there's gonna be an article about it? Does he know that in 10, maybe 8? I can't, I'm not permitted to have a closed courtroom unless we're proceeding with a closed hearing under 8.119, and as I sit here right now, I don't know if this qualifies, so.
So it appears to be an order that is addressing something they say is happening currently, which is him communicating with other people besides his attorney and clergy. So now I'm very curious and very interested in. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to listen for, Harlot. I think there's just one mic on that table, Harlot. She's telling him to.
No. May I speak with Mr. Williams for a moment?
Yeah, please step out, please.
Yes.
So now the opposing counsel are going to step out. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. So the judge, Blue says, I think it has to do with some kind of information because the prosecutor said every single call. That's right. They did. They said every single call. And then the judge said, are you aware that this is going to be in an article soon? So it sounds like there's going to be some press is going to come out about this, about what's happening. Okay. Do I sound better now? I turned down the sound on that other on the other feed because it is a terrible echo there. Is that better, Tiggy girl? They're doing that. Do I need to fix my sound? Okay, they're coming back in.
That's fine.
Okay. Want me to bring it?
Yeah. Judge, I think we reached a resolution. Judge, I think I can just briefly make a record. This is obviously, the order is going to become public. The agreement is going to be that Mr. Crumbley's communications will be revoked, but not his ability to do research or otherwise participate in his own defense. So not just communicating with counsel, but his ability to read or get other information.
Okay.
Simply communication.
And that's gonna be a stipulated order between you and Ms. Lehman.
Correct.
All right, and did you say that order would expire upon a verdict?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And perhaps it should go without saying.
What if there isn't one?
Well, I think
Would you
I
like-
mean, we can address it at the time.
Okay.
I think the issue is, once there's a verdict, a lot of the issues just fall away. And Judge, it should go without saying, but I hope the court will encourage Mr. Crumbley that the conduct that got us here.
I think I already did through his attorney.
Okay,
on several
thank you.
occasions, both in private meetings that we conducted. And I say private, I mean with both the prosecution and the defense.
And for the record, I've also addressed you.
I know you did. So I gave out free legal advice, Mr. Williams. So someone can take it or not take it, right? So I'll sign the stipulated order.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. I didn't sign it.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yeah, so a stipulated order means that the two parties
So you
agree.
can file the order, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Isn't you, no? All right, so we'll start right at 9 o'clock tomorrow with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, so yeah, that's what it sounds like. It does sound very much like he was doing research with people. He was asking people for information on phone calls, and that's what they were trying to address. And they made a stipulated order, which means that they both agree to the order. So the judge doesn't have to make a ruling on it. Yeah, that definitely would have been spicier if it was Shannon Smith, for sure. But judge, you can't expect my client. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I thought she was saying, I'm not signing that. She was just saying, I didn't sign it. So they agreed to a stipulation that he would, he can do research, but he has to do it on his own in the law library. He can still have communications. He just, he can have communications, but he needs to be restricted to doing research only on his own through the law library and stuff like that. So we learned that today. We learned that they will be coming back tomorrow. We learned that I had never heard James Crumbley's 911 call, or not 911, 911 call. That was harrowing to hear. You can clearly hear how freaked out and concerned he is. Again, a little too late, too little too late. We learned about, my sense is that we're not going to be learning a heck of a lot more than we learned before. From Jennifer's trial, it's just that there will be different circumstances taken into consideration, for this particular trial. And so, and just kind of checking out James in general, his manner, his way of being there, his attentiveness and things like that. He comes across with all of the things on the table that we know he did to contribute to this incident. He appears more receptive. He appears more cooperative. He appears a little bit less lost in his own world as Jennifer. Doesn't make him any better of a parent, but I just feel like he's a little bit more emotionally connected to this situation than she ever appeared to be. Because his emotional connection seems to be about his regret and his shame about this happening under his watch. Her, she did seem to have some of that regret and shame, but it was much more about how it was going to affect her life, how it was going to impact her life. The fact that they both got lawyers for themselves, but not their son. Hey, Adrian, you can't coming in at the very end of a stream again. Just kidding. But good to see you. So, the fact that they got lawyers for themselves and not their son, they haven't seen him since that time or talked to him. It was immediately, it went to personal emergency situation. And, he like, even I remember Jennifer in the evidence in her trial, she was like, he's already, he's fucked, basically. Ethan is fucked. There's nothing we can do about him. It's a lost cause for him, but we're still here. And then she said that she wished that he had killed them rather than killed the kids. It's all very, I don't know, completely tone deaf. That's right. They did withdraw all that savings. They withdrew all that savings and fled. Yeah. Every man for himself, even your kids, even your kids that you brought into the world and you're supposed to be responsible for. So, yeah, their conduct throughout this whole situation has been shady. But if you compare the conduct of one parent to the other, I don't know. We still have to learn more from the trial. They may bring more out. But just so far from the conduct of the parents leading up to this, clearly negligent and disconnected with each other, and pretty disconnected from their own son. And it also seemed like she was running kind of the decision-making show there. He was basically letting her lead by the nose in terms of, do we take the kid to counseling and all that type of stuff. And, she's basically dismissing things and he's dismissing things. It doesn't excuse him, but I'm just talking about the roles. Yeah, the judge's low talking is hard to get through. It is. It's really hard to get through. But it is true that those walls in that courtroom are paper thin, because you can hear the next courtroom over when somebody says all rise in that courtroom. Yeah, I agree, Harlot. So it just feels to me like James cared a little bit more. He was a little bit more connected, but he was still negligent. He was kind of being led by the nose by Jennifer. In married couple situations, when one is working and the other isn't, especially if the one who isn't working is a man, and there's so much masculinity and worth tied into, do I work? I'm a man. Do I work? If I don't work and I'm a man, I'm a bad person. And she appears to have fed into that. So that's right. Mom yelled at him and said, why? And, tell me what, her exchange with him was basically explain to me what we did to fail you. Why did you do this? And his was just to say, I love you. Different people who both, in my opinion, contributed to this scenario. So, quick straw poll. I didn't put a poll up here, but I did start my stream later this time because I wanted to be able to fast forward through the dead parts. And that it kind of worked out well, but and I have seen people in here say that they do prefer it that way, so I can fast forward through the dead parts. But there's also something to be said about all sitting here watching it all unfold as it happens in real time. Feel free to make a vote. Just tell me in the chat what you prefer. I can't guarantee that I'll do exactly what you guys tell me you prefer, but I'm just trying to get a sense for, a lot of you in my chat right now are the ones who are normally here for my court streams. So I want to be able to accommodate you. So does anyone have any preferences they want to share? Please share. Will the chat share? You like skipping the dead air. Okay. Later is better. So much dead time. Yeah. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do tomorrow then is, and I kind of like it better too. I'm just I just want to make sure that we're, doing the best, covering this the best way. So what I'll do is I'll schedule it for an hour later tomorrow. You like the Lollipop Guild, like skipping ahead, the Lollipop Guild. All right. So I'm going to schedule this for an hour after it's scheduled to start tomorrow, and we'll start and we'll be able to skip ahead. And anybody else who's watching and wants to be on our pace can be on our pace too. Yeah. So thank you all for being here. Yes, please. Thank you for reminding everybody, Adrian, to hit that like button. Consider becoming a member if you aren't already. Remember, I have another channel. I know, I'm sorry. My head now too, Delene. So I keep wanting to sing it because it's stuck in my head. So remember, I do have another channel called Checkmate Humanity, and I went live there for several hours last week. For those of you who don't know, cool, awesome, Blue. For those of you who don't know, I streamed for about, let's see, it's like a total of 9 hours, I think. Everything that happened between me and Lana from Truth and Transparency. And because a lot of people ask me that question, what happened to you? What happened between you two? And there's so much to go through. And I had documented so much because I had been legally threatened by her so many times that I had a lot to show. And it's the first time I went through the entire timeline of the dispute between me and Lana, which carried on from March of 2021 to present day, because just a couple days before I did my stream, when I scheduled the stream, and then an hour after I scheduled or told people, I announced that I was going to have that stream, more fuckery happened, and I talk about that in my on Checkmate Humanity. So those are the live videos. Anyway, to take out an outlet. Anyway. All right. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Lovely people. I appreciate you being here, and I will see you very, very soon. Bye-bye.